enough insight and just enough sort of understanding that you understood the big things that were happening in his life, like when he would get divorced, that you felt like there was a human behind the microphone, but he didn't dwell on it. It wasn't his nature.
Yeah,
Didn't
you're
dwell.
right. Like he would give these snippets. Like I thought, Kramer versus Kramer was this huge movie with Dustin Hoffman and Meryl Streep, and they were showing it on an airplane. Back then, they would show movies on airplanes. And whatever happened, I think it was from L.A. to New York. And the last 5 minutes, the projector broke, and everybody on the plane is groaning. But Carson had seen it previously. So Johnny gets up in front of 300 people, gets on the microphone, and said, "This is Johnny Carson. I just want to tell you how the movie ends."
Really?
And Johnny
That's
said,
so great.
"Yeah." Johnny said it was the first time in his career he ever got a standing ovation on an airplane.
Fantastic.
Everyone was so grateful that he told them how it ended because, it was this, people are biting their nails. How's this going to end? And they had no idea. So Johnny got up in front of everyone and told them, and that was his standing ovation. I mean, he got standing ovations hosting the Oscars and the Tonight Show, but an airplane? Come on.
So Mark Malkoff, we forget that the first maybe 10 years or so, maybe more, of the Tonight Show happened right here in New York. And at the time, Johnny, a Nebraska boy, was devoted to New York and loved New York. And yet you write about how Fred DeCordova got him to go to L.A., and it was a fresh start and a new start. Tell us about that.
Fred DeCordova was Jack Benny's director, and he, loved Los Angeles. He was friends with the Reagans, with the Jack Benny, all the big movie stars, dated Marilyn Monroe. And Johnny Carson really courted Fred DeCordova to come here to New York to produce The Tonight Show. DeCordova came here and wouldn't even take an apartment. He was living at the St. Regis Hotel, and his mission was to get Johnny to relocate to Los Angeles. And really, they would take occasional trips a couple times a year to do the show in Burbank. And it was just, Fred just kept wearing Johnny down with, Jack Benny. And when they'd go to Los Angeles, the only time they could get, Lucille Ball, Jack Benny, Bob Hope, all these people. And he was the one that finally got Johnny to move out there. And he could play tennis outside and all of that. But it really did lose some of that sophistication. I mean, you could have Broadway people here in New York, people like Jimmy Breslin. It really did lose something. But, Johnny loved the fact that, going from like 200 people in the audience, suddenly you have 400 people. Suddenly you can put elephants in the studio, whereas in 6B, where Jimmy Fallon does it, shows this tiny studio. So, yeah, in 1972, Carson relocated, but he loved New York, though. The UN Plaza was his home. He was neighbors with Bobby Kennedy and Truman Capote. Bobby Kennedy would actually come to Johnny's office at NBC, and they would hang out together. So there was definitely something lost when he left New York. I mean, he was playing with Mayor John Lindsay, the mayor of New York City. He'd be playing tennis with him at Grand Central Station at the Vanderbilt. He was all about New York, and actually had in his contract for many years the Tonight Show always had originated in New York City. But DeCordova is the one that talked him into moving out to L.A., and that's what they did in 1972.
Yeah, and the shows that I remember are all LA based. And I'll tell you though, we're chatting with Mark Malkoff about the book Love Johnny Carson. I thought that when he was in Burbank, in a way it gave him, I don't know, I liked the fact that he would communicate to us that he knew how phony Hollywood was. Remember his famous line in the Academy Award, "I see new faces and I see new faces on the old faces." I always remember that because I think that he was able to look at Hollywood the way America looked at Hollywood, which was, sideways. I thought it was good that it was from Hollywood. I got that. I liked it.
He hated phonies. Like the people that he was friends with were as real as he was. The people that were, people like Don Rickles, Bob Newhart, a Midwestern, people like Steve Lawrence, those were his people. And when he would go out to dinner after the show with guests, there was always people like Carl Sagan, the astronomer. It was a lot of people that weren't necessarily famous. The people that Jim Fowler, who was a wildlife expert who went on the show with animals for decades. So those were the people he wanted to spend time with. And there's always something very Nebraska in him. When he was breaking Judy Garland's record in Las Vegas at the Sahara Hotel and was headlining Vegas, whenever people from Nebraska came in, they would send a note backstage saying, "Johnny, I'm from Norfolk," or "I'm from Lincoln." he would always have them come back after the show to say hi to them. And these people couldn't believe that the biggest star in America was so down to earth. But I think he really did long for that authenticity. And you mentioned the Oscars. Johnny's the only host of Oscar history. No teleprompter, no cue cards. Johnny would memorize the monologue in his head and edit around based on how the audience responded to jokes. He would edit in his head as he went with jokes. And if he was doing a riff and something wasn't working, he'd go to something else. But the guy worked on a level that nobody else did. I mean, it wasn't enough for him to go to Russia in the late 80s. He had to take Russian lessons for 4 months and have somebody come to his Malibu home to really get him so he could go over there and have a conversation. He was endlessly curious, and that was really Johnny. You could see that on the show with his guests. He was very curious. A lot of times he would just throw out the pre-interview and just have an organic conversation like we're having. And I think that is why Johnny really did endure and had the 30 years of longevity and dominated. He was himself.
We have a lot of people who want to be on the phone, who want to talk to you. They're not going to get a chance because we're going to have to come up against the top of the hour. I want to say this, Mark Malkoff.
Yes.
When Johnny died, he left his money in the largest, at that time, charitable foundation in the country. And
that's right.
I don't think anybody knows that. I don't think that anybody knows that his ultimate legacy. He left all his money to charity, or almost all of his money to charity. And as we end this about him, it says so much about him. I want you to talk about that a little bit.
Lisa, this is $180 million that Johnny really did not want people to know. I mean, the book is filled with endless stories. I couldn't even fill them all with the things that he was doing, the kindness, the people that were struggling, saving a comedian's life from drugs, somebody that, was struggling financially. He was there for people, but he did not want the glory. Some famous people, when they do good things, their publicists have to send out press releases. I'm this great celebrity. Johnny wasn't like that. So he left $180 million to all these charities. And to this day, it's been 21 years since Johnny died. It's still, the foundation's going strong, and they give out millions of dollars to kids' charities, to people that are, with hospitals. I mean, you name it. It's something like 80 to 100 charities. And that was what Johnny was all about. He really, really, for somebody that was that famous, lived very modestly. Brown's paper bag for lunch. When he would go to work, he would drive himself. No bodyguard. No limousine. Ed had a limousine license plate. Here's Ed. Johnny thought that was ridiculous. So, yeah, Johnny was obviously a genius and is so good at what he did as a comedian, but even a better person. Yes, he had his flaws. We talk about that in the book. He was open about that. He definitely struggled with drinking, but he was a good man overall.
What a great conversation. Mark Malkoff's book, Love Johnny Carson. Go buy it. Go read it. You're going to love it so much. We only got to the tip of the iceberg. Thank you so much, Mark, for coming on the show. What a pleasure.
Great. Well, this was fun.
So much fun.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and milder this afternoon in the low 40s. Partly cloudy overnight in the low 20s. Friday, partly sunny with a high in the low 30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's January 22nd. On this day in 1984, the Apple Macintosh computer was unveiled during the Super Bowl.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
Born and raised in Westport, actress Linda Blair of The Exorcist celebrates her birthday today.
Did you do that?
The number one movie on this day in 2013 was the James Bond movie Skyfall. January 22nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Former special counsel Jack Smith testifies publicly for the first time on the investigations into President Trump's retention of sensitive government documents at Mar-a-Lago and leaving the White House in 2021 and his actions in the wake of the 2020 election. Smith, at a House hearing, says he stands by his decision to obtain phone records of Republican members of Congress for the investigation.
The subpoenas that we secured with non-disclosure orders from a judge because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump.
CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
It's typical that you look at not just the target of a probe, but other individuals, particularly on specific days where something big happens.
Smith denies criticism from GOP lawmakers that he targeted the president for political reasons. Federal agents have arrested 2 of the protesters who disrupted a church service in Minnesota Sunday.
Attorney General Pam Bondi announced the arrests on X. Activists Nikema Levy-Armstrong and Chantil Louisa Allen are being charged under a civil rights law against interfering with practice of religion. Armstrong had said City's church in St. Paul was targeted because its pastor works for ICE.
Is a most definite conflict of interest, and it cannot stand.
CBS News has learned a magistrate did not sign off on charges against former CNN journalist Don Lemon, who was covering the protest. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
After meeting with President Trump on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the U.S. plays a crucial role in ending Russia's war against Ukraine and paving the way for lasting peace.
During any dialogue with any president, I have to defend the interests of my country. That's why the dialogue is, maybe it's not simple, but today it was positive.
Following the discussions in Davos, U.S. negotiators are meeting with Russian President Putin in Moscow. An Arctic blast will bring with it snow and ice from the plains to the south and across the Great Lakes and Northeast. Martin Hardware in Charlottesville, Virginia has been busy. Manager Sean McCormick.
Well, we've sold a lot of sleds today, and also people have been calling a lot of kerosene heaters and propane heaters in case of a power outage.
New research from Johns Hopkins University is trying to take a proactive approach when it comes to the increasing problem of space junk. CBS News space contributor Christian Davenport.
It'll give us a much better fidelity on when objects from space are coming back down to Earth. And we know this is getting only more and more important as we launch more satellites and spacecraft into orbit.
The research is published in the journal Science. Stocks right now are up on Wall Street. The Dow has jumped 447 points. This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is activating the state's severe cold weather protocol for this weekend and through next week. The protocol will take effect at noon tomorrow and end at noon on Wednesday, January 26th. The protocol is designed to ensure that vulnerable people receive protection from life-threatening cold weather. Arctic air will overspread the region, causing temperatures to plummet. People in search for a shelter or warming center can call 211. Investigators say the dramatic increase in structure fires around the city of Bridgeport is at least in part because of the cold snap. Bridgeport Fire Chief Lance Edwards is pleading with the public to play it safe. Edwards advises to be careful with space heaters and under no circumstances use an oven to heat your home. The chief is also urging residents to take advantage of the department's free smoke alarm installation program. This weekend's weather has postponed many events across the state, including the upcoming parent workshop hosted by Ableist. The Stamford-based nonprofit provides services to people with developmental disabilities and was due to host a workshop this coming Saturday aimed at supporting parents. The workshop has now been moved to March 8th. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is dispatching hurricane hunters ahead of this weekend's snowstorm, expected to impact the tri-state area. Air Force reconnaissance flights will begin ahead of the weekend. Pilots will fly over the Pacific to retrieve data using radiosondes, devices to measure weather data. Meanwhile, forecasters are calling for heavy snow across the state starting on Sunday. And the incoming snow has been good news for Connecticut plow drivers. With the state seeing increased snowfall this year, many plow companies have seen an opportunity for expansion. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Rob Fabrizi from Innovative Construction Group about the growth his company has seen this year alone.
We're adding to our fleet, 2 6-wheelers with city plows, 2 8-ton sanders, 12-foot plows on each truck, and then another F-350 with a 9.5-foot V-plow.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 21 through 23. Stay left to get through. On the Upper Merritt northbound, you have it exit 30 going up to exit 32. Right lane is blocked. New Haven 91 northbound construction starts at exit 8. Stay left to get through. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A in the left lane. And in Norwalk, Route 7 northbound, you have it going into exit 2. Stay right to get through. And 84 eastbound construction exits 2 and 3 taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So you know what? Upon further review, they may say that this weekend in the playoffs, but, upon further review, maybe Governor Ned Lamont and some of the Democrats here in Connecticut, maybe they are worried a little bit heading into 2026, right? I mean, the conventional wisdom is that, well, you're not going to get a Zohran Mamdani effect here in Connecticut. No, that's down the road. That's in New York. That affordability thing, not going to happen here, right? I mean, Josh Elliott's in the race from Hamden. Even he said the other day, well, I got $85,000 or $90,000. I'm having a tough time getting to that $250,000 plateau that I would need for, Citizens Election Fund funding. And, a lot of people are buying into that. Even me. Listen, I'll tell you right up front. I'm like, well, yeah, Ned Lamont, he's the de facto nominee. Or is he? Are there internal worries in the governor's campaign here saying, hey, look down the road there, about a few miles down the road into New York City. Nobody gave Mamdani a chance, and then they picked up on that one word. And listen, I've said this over and over again. I'm not a fan of his policies, but, man, Zohran Mamdani and his supporters, they ran a great campaign. And what did they center on? The A word, right? We're hearing that right now. Affordability. And listen, whomever, I should say, I think that's right English there. Whomever came up with that was a masterstroke. It really was. To sit here and say that, affordability, make it clean, make it simple, make it one word, affordability. One word is easy. Why do you think a lot of TV shows and movies, not all of them, But why do you think a lot of TV shows and movies and even band names now are one word? It's easier. Well, the A word, the affordability word, used properly by Mr. Mamdani a few miles down the road, got him elected. And is there now a fear amongst the governor's campaign to say, hey, if Josh Elliott was able to get on a ballot here and maybe force a primary, might we have to sweat that one out? Now, why am I saying that? Because I noticed this story today. And again, this kind of mirrors what went on in New York, and I'd love to hear what you think about it. If you are a renter, if you are a tenant, or if you are a landlord. We've talked about this over and over here now on the show for the last 2 years. The targets here in Connecticut, along with people that make, a substantial amount of money, people who make, high 6 figures, low 7 figures, many of whom are on in and about Fairfield County, their targets, and now landlords are again. And you remember about a year and a half ago, there were all these proposals in Hartford. If you were a landlord, if you owned a rental property that was anything above, I guess, a second or third floor rental space in a home you're in, if you owned a small apartment building, if you had interest, in a building like that, they were going to come after you. The progressives here in the state, because they made you out to be, ma'am or sir, you were made out to be kind of the bad guy, kind of, sort of, maybe, the bad guy here. Well, how about this? Governor Ned Lamont is proposing a rental cap for out-of-state landlords. Now, how many of those there are in the state, I don't know. I don't know. Now, recently, President Trump came out. Now, this is probably going to go nowhere, but he came out and said, how about limiting the ability of private hedge funds and investment funds into buying homes? I saw that. I said, well, that's kind of interesting here. So now you wonder here if the governor, now again, the guy's independently wealthy. He could spend whatever he wants on the campaign. He spent about, $25 million last time around when he took on Bob Stefanowski, round 2, which ended up an awful lot like round 1, shockingly enough, which ended up an awful lot like Tom Foley round 2 and Tom Foley round 1. But I digress. So it says right here, story by Ginny Monk in the Connecticut Mirror. Governor Ned Lamont proposes a Connecticut rent cap for out-of-state landlords. So I kind of want to come down on the landlords, but not the ones that may vote for me here in Connecticut, or not the landlords that I may know in Fairfield County. Now we want a limited rent cap only for out-of-state landlords, the ones that can't vote in the Connecticut election. A limited rent cap will likely face opposition from Republicans, the story says, and bills intended to cap rents have not fared well in the past. The governor said today, he said this yesterday. I'm sorry, Paul. Wednesday comes before Thursday. The governor said, this story actually broke last night, that he will propose a bill. Now, with all due respect to the governor, proposing a bill is nothing. You can put anything you want down on paper. It's like we hear all the time from our 2 members of the U.S. Senate, Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy. I'm proposing a bill. Well, guess what? Proposing a bill is about the easiest thing you can do, because you can propose it. Here it is. It's on the paper here. It's 3 pages. You can propose it, and then you know what happens to it sometimes? Squat. But you can say, hey, I proposed it. Boy, aren't I nice? But anyway, I digress. Again, I keep digressing here. The governor said he will propose a bill in the upcoming session to limit rent increases for out-of-state landlords who buy apartments in Connecticut. Okay. Why not limit the same people who live in Connecticut? In other words, why is this? And again, this will end up going nowhere. I predict. Now, I could be wrong here, as I often am. I predict this ends up going nowhere. But I ask the question here. If the governor wants to limit the ability of out-of-state landlords to increase rents, why not do it in-state? I mean, how many out-of-state landlords are there? I don't know. I could probably look that up. Lamont also, here it comes. Lamont also criticized President Trump's approach to housing affordability, and he accused, he won't give it up with these people. Our friends at CT 169 Strong. He accused them of, quote, being really, really unhelpful by spreading misinformation on housing issues. Now, wait a minute, Governor. With all due respect, didn't the revamped housing bill pass already? Did I miss something where that bill? No, it passed because remember, we had an emergency. It had to be done in emergency session. Because if we didn't get it done in November, it never would have gotten done again. So why is his head still spinning about CT 169 Strong? Well, we know why. Because people are starting to read the housing bill here, and they're starting to say, oh, I didn't know that. So I guess the governor, His Excellency, Governor Edward M. Lamont, is looking at this now saying, I don't know, man. If Elliott gets on the ballot, everybody laughed at Zoran Mamdani down the road, 35-year-old guy who was pretty much a no-show legislator, never really had a job in his life, a one-time rapper, and a housing advocate, whatever the hell that is. And he's now the mayor of New York City. Is the governor a little afraid here? What do you think? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Governor saying here, quote, I need to get people on board with an aggressive housing agenda. What does that mean? That sounds like psychobabble. What is an aggressive housing agenda? I'm a little confused here. In November, says here quite correctly, the governor signed a wide-ranging piece of legislation mandating towns create plans that show how they'll allow for a set number of housing units. The law also expands fair rent commissions, offers help to the homeless, and eliminates parking minimums for some smaller residential developments. I don't know. This whole thing is odd. He's trying to have it both ways here. I think now listen, that's what a legislator tries to do. That's what a governor tries to do, whatever. But I'm a little on this. Is the governor sweating a little bit here? Does he say, hey, I could end up facing Ryan Fazio, young candidate, good-looking young candidate. I could end up facing Aaron Stewart, good-looking, fresh-looking young candidate. I better rally the troops on the left. What do you folks think? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. And the question, do you agree with the governor's idea to limit rent increases for out-of-state landlords who buy apartments here in Connecticut? What did you think? Out-of-state? Why don't we do that for in-state landlords? Oh, we forget they can actually vote.
You're not always near your radio. but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 600 and 95.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com. Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app. And if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 21 through 23. Stay left to get through. On the Upper Merritt northbound, you have it exit 30 going up to exit 32. Right lane is blocked. New Haven 91 northbound construction starts at exit 8. Stay left to get through. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A in the left lane. And in Norwalk, Route 7 northbound, you have it going into exit 2. Stay right to get through. And 84 eastbound construction exits 2 and 3 taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Greater Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So was there a little fear? It's Connecticut Today, by the way. Hi, your old buddy Paul Pacelli here. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. More sinister music behind me, huh? Seriously, though, is there a little fear in the governor's campaign here rolling in? Now, I know a lot of people say, well, he's going to win easily. I think he's going to win again. I wouldn't say easily. He may have Aaron Stewart to contend with. He may have Ryan Fazio to contend with, whatever. Is he a little worried here? Why do you say that, Paul? The guy's independently wealthy. He's probably going to spend $25 or $30 million or more to win a third term. Yeah, he might. God bless him if he can do it. He's allowed to do that. But he also said the other day he wants to see more people contributing to his campaign. And now, according to this story, Ginny Monk's story in the Connecticut Mirror, he's proposing a rent cap for out-of-state landlords. Who does that sound like? Now, not particularly for the out-of-state landlords, but a rent cap, rent control, right? Yes. The recently installed and inaugurated New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Does that sound familiar? And the governor is coming out again and verbally yesterday pounding our friends at CT 169 Strong, who fought him on the first edition of the housing bill, who fought him on the second edition of the housing bill, and who continue to fight him even though he signed it, and they're saying, hey, start reading the bill here. We told you so. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So we start with this. On the Snowmageddon minus day 3 or whenever it's coming in on Sunday. Let's see, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, 72 hours till Snowmageddon here. We ask this. Do you agree with the governor's idea to limit rent increases for out-of-state landlords who buy apartments in Connecticut? Huh? Or are you a member of the Slippery Slope Club? The Slippery Slope Bar and Grill, the Slippery Slope Lounge. What do you think? I think if you start doing this, you do approach Le Slope des Slippery. And why only out-of-state landlords? Maybe because they can't vote in an election? I don't know. To me, this kind of reeks of, hey, I feel your pain. I don't know. You tell me. Are you okay with limiting rent increases for out-of-state landlords who buy rental properties here in the great state of Connecticut?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction exits 21 and 23, and on the Upper Merritt northbound roadwork exits 30 and 32. Right lane is out. 91 northbound New Haven construction starts at exit 9. Stay left to get around that. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And on Route 7 northbound construction coming off 95 going up to exit 2. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork exits 2 and 3, taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. House Republicans who contend political persecution are questioning former special counsel Jack Smith about his Trump investigations.
Throughout my public service, my approach has always been the same. Follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
President Trump met today in Switzerland with Ukraine's President Zelensky.
We need very much to have the United States. For the future, for security guarantees, we understand that Europe has to be more stronger, but Europe will need time.
Attorney General Bondi says today a woman who led an anti-ICE protest that disrupted a service at a Minnesota church has been arrested. Border Patrol Commander Dan Bavino says activists in that state are stalking agents.
As we were looking to conduct that targeted enforcement against some very vile criminals, we were met with resistance.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford is now one step closer to bringing armed officers to all of its elementary schools. Last night, the Board of Education unanimously approved the 2026-2027 school budget, with the addition of employing 9 retired police officers and putting one in every elementary school, as well as one in the alternative high school, the Academy. However, the budget still needs approval from the mayor, the Board of Finance, and the Board of Aldermen. A Darien man is facing domestic charges related to a weekend incident. Police responded to a home on Relihan Road Sunday morning around 10:30. There, 57-year-old Tadeusz Zalewski was arrested on third-degree assault, reckless endangerment, threatening, and injury to a child charges. He's due back in court in March. A Prospect man accused in a child pornography case is in custody. Alexander Beardsley is charged with child sexual abuse material. The investigation began back in 2024 when Beardsley was a resident in Ansonia. Police seized Beardsley's computers, cell phones, and other electronic devices where over 100 images of child pornography were found. Beardsley is scheduled to be arraigned on Monday. Police in Norwalk are asking for the public's help finding a suspect wanted for stealing credit cards from a local gym. The suspect was caught on security camera at the Crunch Fitness. Police are circulating footage asking residents if they recognize the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. Governor Ned Lamont spoke Wednesday at a conference hosted by the Partnership for Strong Communities about how to address Connecticut's housing crisis. A recent report found that Connecticut is facing a housing shortage of between 120,000 and 380,000 units, and that homelessness is up 43% since 2021. The state legislature recently passed a new housing bill in special session this past fall, but critics believe it doesn't address the root problems of affordability. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Chelsea Ross, executive director of the Partnership for Strong Communities, who called the situation critical.
We're really at a critical point like many states in the country. And so today we're exploring not just the status of housing in Connecticut, but the solutions that can move us forward towards a more just and equitable housing system in Connecticut.
New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker is expressing concerns over a recent arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. New Haven police say someone fled into a courthouse following a car accident along Church and Elm Streets Tuesday morning. ICE agents then arrested the person inside the courthouse. Elicker raised questions about the legality of the arrest due to a state law that states that no representative of a law enforcement agency shall detain or arrest an individual on courthouse grounds unless conditions such as having a warrant are met. More than a dozen local veterans are being inducted into the Connecticut Veterans Hall of Fame today. The ceremony is being held in Rocky Hill in the Gold Star Families Memorial Auditorium at the historic Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs. This is the 21st class being inducted into the Hall of Fame. The ceremony begins at 5 o'clock. 4 Connecticut chefs and 2 restaurants are semifinalists for the 2026 James Beard Awards. David Standridge, a chef at the Shipwright's Daughter in Mystic, was named a semifinalist in the Outstanding Chef category. Semifinalists for the category of Best Chef of the Northeast are David DiStassi of Materia Ristorante in Bantam, Bolivar Hilario of Community Table in New Preston, and Shilimat Tessima of La Bilela Ethiopian in New Haven. Rowley in New Haven was honored in the Best New Restaurant category, and the Port of Call in Mystic was recognized in the Outstanding Wine and Other Beverages category. The nominees will be announced on March 31st, and the winners will be announced on June 15th in Chicago. And the UConn women's basketball team is looking for a conference win on the road. The Huskies are in Washington, D.C., where they will face Georgetown tonight at 7:30. UConn is undefeated after 19 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction exits 21 and 23, and on the Upper Merritt northbound roadwork exits 30 and 32. Right lane is out. 91 northbound New Haven construction starts at exit 9. Stay left to get around that. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And on Route 7 northbound construction coming off 95 going up to exit 2. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork exits 2 and 3, taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So it's pretty clear, at least to me, I wonder if it's clear to you, that maybe Governor Ned Lamont, maybe the people are whispering in his ear in his campaign, maybe the same people who said, hey, Governor, as he did about a week and a half ago, came out and said, hey, why don't you push for more small donations? We know you're not taking public funding, and we know you're going to pretty much reach into your deep pockets there, which you can. God bless him. He's been successful. Family deals and his businesses and whatever. And you're going to self-finance again. But is there a worry now among the governor's campaign, and maybe there shouldn't be, maybe I'm reading into this a little too much, but is there a worry now that, let's say, for example, if Josh Elliott, who's the only other declared Democrat running against the governor, if he's able to get up to that, $250,000 mark or whatever that you need to get $15 million to run for governor and $3 million and change to run a campaign, a primary campaign. Is there fear now? Because again, the governor came out a couple of weeks ago and says, "Hey, I will take some small donations," and now You see this story, which is interesting, and Chris had part of it in the news there. The governor getting together with housing advocates, and I'm not sitting here saying housing isn't a big problem, but the governor proposing a rent cap for out-of-state landlords. Now, to me, when you hear out-of-state, I'm like, well, okay, we see what's going on here. He's trying to please the people. Now, believe me, to be fair here, I don't know how many housing units that are rental units in the state are owned by out-of-state landlords. I don't know. So is he trying to have it both ways? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And what about the general thought, the general idea of rent caps? Do those bother you? You know, part of me says, well, you know, if a landlord is allowed to charge whatever he or she wants, you do price some people out of living somewhere, and that's unfortunate. But then again, the other part of me goes down Slippery Slope Avenue and says, do we really want to do it this way? Is it fair? And I know I have people listening here. You've called in the past on this. Love to hear you on this. What do you think in general about rent caps? Now, just the promise of that, right? Just the promise of rent caps got a guy with almost no life experience elected mayor of the most important city on the planet. Zohran Mamdani. I don't besmirch him for it. God bless him. He won. Good on him. And it was a simple word, affordability. Is there a little panic here among the governor's camp and among maybe some centrist Democrats in the state, if there are still some of those around, saying, hey, we have to do something here with rents? Or is it none of that? Now, obviously, we have laws that bar discrimination based on race, on national origin, on, especially here in Connecticut, on previous convictions, on religious backgrounds, on sexual orientation. We're not talking about that. But shouldn't a landlord be allowed to charge whatever he or she wants? Or is that the problem? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The governor's proposal would limit how much out-of-state landlords who buy property in Connecticut can increase rents. He said he wants to keep people in their homes. Many people have faced eviction after the apartment complexes where they live are sold and the new landlord raises the rents. Was there anything wrong with that? And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You tell me, is there anything wrong with that? If a landlord raises a rent, right, or a property owner raises a rent, right, doesn't that tell you that the market is there for that? Lamont said Wednesday, quote, it's related to out-of-state buyers buying up the market using that monopoly to jack up rents. He said, quoting again, I've seen that result in homelessness. A lot of seniors who cannot afford it, they get very little notice. They're pushed out the door. We're not going to let that happen. All right, well, if you don't want to let that happen, Governor, then why is it just out-of-state landlords? Why aren't you doing it in-state? Or is it that those in-state people may elect you again? In 2023, remember, we talked about this. It wasn't that long ago. It was only about 2.5, 3 years ago. A bill to limit annual rent increases didn't even get a vote in front of the Housing Committee from Democrats. What does that tell you? And then last year in 2025, a bill to offer more protections to mobile and manufactured home residents that included rent caps also failed. Also last year says this. The Department of Housing pushed for a bill that would have required local fair rent commissions to consider any rent increase greater than 10% unfair if the apartment had been sold recently and no major renovations were done. And that bill didn't pass. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Tom and Darianne, stand by. We'll kick it off with you. And here's the bottom line. And don't jump all right. You want to jump all over me and you call me up and scream at me or whatever. But the bottom line is this. Most people that are landlords, not all, but most people that are landlords, isn't the goal of being a landlord to make a nice profit on your property to people who can afford it?
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction exits 21 and 23, and on the Upper Merritt northbound roadwork exits 30 and 32. Right lane is out. 91 northbound New Haven construction starts at exit 9. Stay left to get around that. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And on Route 7 northbound construction coming off 95 going up to exit 2. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork exits 2 and 3, taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So the governor earlier this week comes out and says, well, hey, how about a cap on rent increases for out-of-state landlords? And again, with all due respect to him, I have no idea how many units of rental housing in Connecticut are owned by out-of-state people. But it's interesting. They tried this with in-state landlords over the past 3 years, and nothing happened. So in the governor's camp, is there a little worry here now that, I don't know, maybe a guy like, Josh Elliott, who's the only other declared Democrat in the race, could he, ding up or bang up the governor here on affordability? Don't laugh, because who thought that one word, affordability, would end up winning the New York City mayor's race for Zohran Mamdani. Did you ever think that? I mean, here was a guy, a backbencher in the General Assembly in New York State Assembly, who had a horrible attendance record, was a wannabe rapper who didn't really have a real job, and he latched down to rent and affordability, and look what happened. We have two Toms hanging by. First, let's do Tom in Darien. Tom in Darien, you're on WICC. How are you, sir?
Okay, Paul, yourself?
I'm good, Tom. What's on your mind?
I like what you just said about Mamdani. You know, he used the word affordability.
Yeah.
My feeling is, well, let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens in time.
Yeah.
That's number one. But going back to what you were talking about, the governor talking about putting like a moratorium on rent, landlords' rents.
Yeah, he wants
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, he wants to cap rent increases now for only out-of-state landlords. Tom, he says.
To me, that's ridiculous. I don't agree with that at all. Here's my point. We can't satisfy everybody based on their income.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, my friend's parents were after they came back from school, they lived in Greenwich.
Yeah.
But their kids couldn't afford an apartment in Greenwich.
Yeah.
So they came to Stanford or Norwalk.
Uh-huh.
You know, we have to live based on our income in a town where we can live comfortably, but we don't have to go to the landlords and saying we're going to put a cap on your rent I don't understand that. I mean, it doesn't sound right.
You know what it is, Tom? And Tom, thank you for the call. I do appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I think this comes from, and Tom, in essence, you're right. Going and telling somebody that they cannot charge what they feel is their right because stuff that other people have that they have too, apartment rentals, are too expensive. So wait a minute. I'm not allowed, I'm saying this, facetiously here, but if I'm a landlord, and God bless people that are, I give them all the credit in the world. I've only had two landlords in my life, and they've both been good. And I understand. Some landlords are creeps. Some landlords squeeze every penny out of a tenant, and they don't do repairs and everything. I would never be that way if I was a landlord. Something broke, I'd have it fixed the next day. The best parts I could. But having said that, yeah, I guess it's frustration. Listen, Connecticut is brutally expensive. But how do you remedy that unless you intentionally interfere in the free market? And then somebody's going to say, hey, wait a minute. I'm not one of these jerk landlords. I treat my tenants okay. But, I also want to, I love people, but I'm not a landlord because I want to be Mother Teresa here again, the male version thereof. I want to make money here. See, this is where it gets into, you've got arguments on both sides here, But to me, the fascinating part of this is all of a sudden the governor is saying this. Even though, as this article in the Connecticut Mirror by Ginny Monk illustrates, they've tried all this rent cap and rent increase cap, and in the past 3 or 4 years, it's all gone down in flames. So why now? Unless the governor's campaign, even though he's got a bunch of money, even though he's big up in the polls, unless the governor's campaign is a little, are they a little worried here? Because again, they look at Mamdani, who was our last caller, said we have to wait on. Of course we do. Tom and Darien. But the guy won. And he entered a race. People said, oh, look at this guy on the left. He's got no shot against Cuomo. He's got no shot against Eric Adams. And look what happened. Because he basically said the rent's too high. And I can help you with that, which he can't, but he's already had a couple of legal decisions against him. Let's go to Tom in Trumbull. Tom, good afternoon. How are you, sir? What's up?
Good. How you doing, my friend? Happy New Year. I haven't talked to you since the New Year.
Hey, yes, sir. What do you got?
Well, just coming up on what you're talking about, I know you're not a fan of the good governor, and I don't know not many are, but I'm, like in my case, I have a daughter and son-in-law who have an apartment in Norwalk, and it goes up all the time. So I'd like some control, and the owners are out of state. So I mean, with your own kids, you might have a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one thing about what the buyer, what the market will bear, but sometimes they go too. I'm trying to see the glass half full. If you read my drift.
No,
and,
I know what you mean. No, Tom, listen. They're in it for the money, but you don't want to get gouged. I understand that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know about that. I got to read up on that as far as why state-owned apartments of people in the state are not affected. But in premise, it's just to keep it, I don't know. Would you say it's kind of like rent control? New York City has a lot of those rent control properties.
Well, that's another thing. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to see, only because I have a parochial interest in it. But
sure.
I'd like to just to keep everything fair. As long as it's fair. But when you have some of these ones that are going to $4,000 or $5,000 a month, come on, give me a break. How are kids ever going to afford a house?
Oh, listen, Tom, and thank you for the call. My son, before he moved in with his now domestic partner, when he still had a roommate, he and his buddy from college, they were living on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, and I think he lived in he lived near Columbia one year, then he moved to West 83rd Street, I think, before he's now in Queens. But during I think the year pre-COVID, because he renegotiated, he re-upped on the lease during COVID when nobody was doing that, so he got a break. But I think one of the years he lived on West 83rd Street, he and his buddy were paying all for a 2-bedroom place. They were tickling like $5,000 a month. I mean, that's, again, because they shared the rent and shared the expenses and everything. He was ready to do it, but that's some serious cash. It is. So, again, the governor here says, well, why don't we put rental increase limits on out-of-state landlords? Is he trying to have his cake and eat it, too? In other words, they tried this with in-state landlords a couple of years back, and it went nowhere. It didn't even get a hearing. It never came up for a vote. And you know what that means? That means the Democrats in Hartford were terrified of this bill. But now is the governor looking at this because he may be a little worried about the far left in his party?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction exits 21 and 23, and on the Upper Merritt northbound roadwork exits 30 and 32. Right lane is out. 91 northbound New Haven construction starts at exit 9. Stay left to get around that. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And on Route 7 northbound construction coming off 95 going up to exit 2. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork exits 2 and 3, taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Bridgeport Rescue Mission is a faith-based nonprofit fighting poverty, hunger, homelessness, and addiction across coastal Connecticut. We have some wonderful career opportunities currently available. Donor Relations Manager full-time, Case Manager for the Women's Program, bilingual required, Administrative Assistant part-time. 2 non-paid internships, Social Media Storyteller, and Administrative Assistant. Please reach out to Human Resources at brmct.org today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try
Righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So give me your thoughts on this, and especially if you're a landlord. If you're presently a landlord, if you used to be a landlord, if you rented to really good tenants, if you rented to nightmare tenants, what do you think of the governor's idea here, maybe to mollify the far left of his party, for rent increase caps for out-of-state landlords?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A massive winter storm is expected to impact more than 100 million people over the next several days. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick.
From the southern plains to the south and into the east coast, a significant winter storm is bringing heavy snow, ice, and brutal cold. Anthony Love is a fleet supervisor for AAA in Philadelphia.
They're saying up to 20 inches. We're preparing for 20 inches. We have guys starting early. We're expecting the worst.
In Virginia, Governor Abigail Spanberger has signed an emergency declaration.
I am asking all Virginians to stay off the roads as of Saturday night, all day Sunday through Monday morning.
Wind chill temperatures in the northern U.S. could feel like 40 to 50 below zero.
And because of the extreme cold here in Chicago, public schools will be closed tomorrow. Vice President J.D. Vance is in Minneapolis amid unrest over a federal immigration crackdown there. Vance says that the tragedy in Minneapolis is multi-layered.
The tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them.
The vice president is asking state and local officials for cooperation rather than disruption of federal operations. On Capitol Hill, former special counsel Jack Smith, who investigated President Trump during the Biden administration on election interference and the handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, tells the House Judiciary Committee,
I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election.
CBS's Linda Kenyon.
President Trump has renewed his attacks against Jack Smith. On social media, he called him, quote, a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law, unquote. Jack Smith dropped his investigations when Trump returned to office, following a Supreme Court ruling stating a sitting president could not be prosecuted.
In an exchange with Democratic Congresswoman Becca Balint of Vermont, Smith was asked about Trump's repeated attacks on him and whether he thinks he will be charged by the Justice Department. Smith replied that the statements are meant to intimidate him and he will not be intimidated. President Trump is putting Hamas on notice as he introduces his Board of Peace on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum and works to bring the Israel-Hamas war to an end.
And, of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they were giant, massive.
Right now on Wall Street, the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 are up. The Dow is up 330 points. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to the official 48 Hours After Show post-mortem on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Norwalk are asking for the public's help finding a suspect wanted for stealing credit cards from a local gym. The suspect was caught on security camera at the Crunch Fitness. Police are circulating footage asking residents if they recognize the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. Governor Ned Lamont spoke Wednesday at a conference hosted by the Partnership for Strong Communities about how to address Connecticut's housing crisis. A recent report found that Connecticut is facing a housing shortage of between 120,000 and 380,000 units, and that homelessness is up 43% since 2021. The state legislature recently passed a new housing bill in special session this past fall, but critics believe it doesn't address the root problems of affordability. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Chelsea Ross, executive director of the Partnership for Strong Communities, who called the situation critical.
We're really at a critical point like many states in the country. And so today we're exploring not just the status of housing in Connecticut, but the solutions that can move us forward towards a more just and equitable housing system in Connecticut.
New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker is expressing concerns over a recent arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. New Haven police say someone fled into a courthouse following a car accident along Church and Elm Streets on Tuesday morning. ICE agents then arrested the person inside at the courthouse. Elicker raised questions about the legality of the arrest due to a state law that states that no representative of a law enforcement agency shall detain or arrest an individual on courthouse grounds unless conditions such as having a warrant are met. More than a dozen local veterans are being inducted into the Connecticut Veterans Hall of Fame today. The ceremony is being held in Rocky Hill in the Gold Star Families Memorial Auditorium at the historic Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs. This is the 21st class being inducted into the Hall of Fame. The ceremony begins at 5 o'clock. And the UConn women's basketball team is looking for a conference win on the road. The Huskies are in Washington, D.C., where they will face Georgetown tonight at 7:30. UConn is undefeated after 19 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction exits 21 and 23, and on the Upper Merritt northbound roadwork exits 30 and 32. Right lane is out. 91 northbound New Haven construction starts at exit 9. Stay left to get around that. Route 8 southbound roadwork exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And on Route 7 northbound construction coming off 95 going up to exit 2. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork exits 2 and 3, taking out 2 lanes. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Paul Piselli here. Hey, how is everyone? I've been a tenant twice in my life, yeah. Twice in my life I've been a tenant. Once when I was in college, my junior and senior years at Boston University. We had a one-bedroom apartment. My buddy and I split a one-bedroom in Boston. 5 Royce Road, apartment 46, and actually in Alston. And if you know the area, it's where the Green Line T goes, and it makes the left turn. It doesn't go straight. It makes the left turn to go up into Comm Ave, and then half an hour later, you're at BC. Anyway, so we had a landlord then who was pretty good. I recall we had a couple of problems, one with a plumbing problem, one with something wrong with the stove, I think about it. And knock on wood, I don't even know who owned the apartment. We went through an agent. And we got it fixed like the next day or 2 days later. Plumber's leaving. Hey, did you fix number 46? He goes, you all set there, pal. So and the other time I rented was when I rented the condo I live in now in Wallingford. From 2000 to about 2005, I paid rent. Then I bought it. And I ended up buying it from the guy who owned it, who was my landlord. Never a problem. Never a big problem. So I've been lucky being a tenant. And I guess I should thank my lucky stars that I have been lucky because I've heard horror stories. Horror, not horror stories. Be careful when you say that word, horror. There's 2 R's, not 1, Paul. Horror stories. I'd like to hear the horror story. Now, horror stories with bad landlords. So I understand maybe in society we have kind of this built-in bias against bad landlords. So listen, if somebody's a bad landlord, they're a bad landlord, and somebody should call them out on it. What am I driving at here? Well, there's this tug of war going on again between the governor's office, some state legislators, and some tenants' rights groups, and some apartment owners' groups as well. The governor, earlier this week, and you heard Chris mention a gathering there on his news, the governor wants a rent cap in Connecticut under certain situations, but just for out-of-state landlords. Why just for out-of-state landlords? I'm asking that rhetorically. I think we know why. He's coming into an election season. And the big buzzword, thanks to the campaign of now New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, was affordability. Now, can he pull it off? I don't think so. He's already been smacked down by the courts in New York in the early going. But the bottom line is affordability, and the use of that word is brilliant. Brilliant stuff by Mr. Mamdani. So is the governor, is he worried? Now, he's only got one declared Democratic opponent who admittedly is kind of stuck in money raising. Josh Elliott, progressive state rep from Hamden. Okay. But this is just odd. The governor says here in the Connecticut Mirror, he proposes a rent cap for out-of-state landlords. And he's still mad at CT 169 strong. Let go of it, Ned. Let go of it. Landlords have said rent cap proposals limit their ability to renovate and take care of their property while earning the profit they want. See, this is what people forget. Landlords are in it to make money. Now, what if they're a landlord for a piece of property that they're still carrying a mortgage on? How much do you expect them to make if they still have, as they say, the bank note on it? Now, you may say, well, they may have a little more leeway if it's been a family property for years and it's completely paid off and everything, once you back out the property taxes, is pure profit. All right, I can see you arguing that. But immediately, even though this would pertain to out-of-state landlords, which to me illustrates how phony it is, the Connecticut Apartment Association issued a statement Wednesday saying they oppose any rent control measures. Quote, rather than improving the availability of much-needed housing, rent control laws carry the unintended consequences of reducing the housing supply and residential mobility. And aren't they kind of right there? Isn't this the downside of rent control? If you have a law that says, well, the only time you can raise your rent is if somebody leaves and you're signing a new tenant there, isn't that kind of unfair governmental interference with the market? And again, I get it. The market isn't always kind. The market doesn't often look out for people's finances. I'm not going to sit here at 3:15 on a Tuesday in January of 2026 and say to you there aren't problems with the free market. But is this now the buzzword when they talk about affordability? Is this now the buzzword that we use here to try and maybe make governmental interventions seem nice and warm and wonderful and fuzzy here? State Senator Martha Marks, Democrat, New London, the Housing Committee co-chair, who frankly embarrassed herself during one of the Housing Committee hearings on CTN. She doesn't think the governor's idea goes far enough. She wants to expand fair rent commissions, which are local bodies that have the power to hold hearings to figure out whether rent increases are fair. They can order the rent to be lowered. See, that's another thing. Who the hell does a fair rent committee think they are when they're telling somebody how much they can charge for a piece of property they don't own? What? Seriously. How is that allowed? A fair rent commission is allowed to tell a landlord what he or she can do with a piece of property? Well, Paul, you want them to be able to ask anything as a monthly rent for it? Yes, I do. And then the market will dictate. If it's too high, they won't get a tenant. If it's in the sweet spot, they'll get a tenant, as they like to say, chop, chop. Senator Mark said, quote, "We need bold legislation in order to fix the housing crisis that we're in. And it certainly will help, but it's not going to make that big of a difference." So what do you want, Senator? You want something? And this crisis is the way people throw around these words. Oh, it's a housing crisis. Is it a crisis? There may be a market, the market may be a crisis? Really? We're in a crisis. Okay, that's, I guess, all right. A crisis, yes.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield Parkway is a little bit easier. Route 8 southbound, some residual delays in Ansonia from earlier road work. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus at WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut's radio leader for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
100 years, baby. Well, not quite yet. It started out on November something of 1926. I haven't been here 100 years, no, just so you know. Was here once before, too, and now I'm here again. It's how the radio business is. We go round and round and round. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So the governor says, hey, let's put a rent cap or a rent increase cap on landlords, only out-of-state landlords. Oh, man, I guess because they can't vote here, Your Excellency, Governor Lamont. I don't know, man. And again, it just shows, I'm telling you, there must be people getting in his ear saying, Governor, don't believe the polls. Everybody laughed at Zohran Mamdani. Look what happened to him. You had some. Look, don't believe me. Mamdani was a backbencher in the New York State Assembly, had one of the worst attendance records, has never really held a job, used to be a housing advocate, whatever that is, was a rapper at one time, and now he's mayor of New York. Why? Because he knew that people would respond to rents, and the rent's too high and all that. Is Governor Lamont now afraid of that? Saying, you know, at this forum that we told you about in the news, well, maybe we should cap rents for out-of-state landlords. Governor, how about in-state landlords? Oh, that's right. The in-state landlords can vote. That's right. Mm-hmm. I know Dave loves this topic. Dave in Branford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, I do all right. It's a good subject, but I think most people are not landlords, and they don't care about this subject. Just in the interest of transparency, the first 30 years of my life, we had a family landlord business.
Yeah, you told me.
We collected our last rent check in 1982. So it's been a long time.
Okay.
But it gets into your bones what motivates, what seems moral, what seems fair to both sides. I dare say we treated our tenants pretty good. A couple of examples. Once you signed the first one-year lease and completed the year, you were able to be on a month-to-month, just give me a 1 month notice before you leave.
Okay.
Because you know what? It was the cleaning that was the problem. And if you stayed there for a year, you amortized, the re-rental.
Sure.
And also, for every year that you were our tenant, you got a 1% discount.
Look at
on
you.
the then current charge.
I love that.
And so Paul, you say that doesn't sound like much, but we had many tenants that were 10, 15, 20 year or more, and it added up to a lot. And that would confound once those old people, some of them they die, or they'd move on to a nursing home. When they moved out, and you adjusted the rent up 15 or 20%. Well, you can imagine how badly that would play in the press. And say yes, but that's because the previous tenant was getting. But anyway, what I can notice, and the reason we got out of the business is we could see all this coming. Being a landlord is kind of right up there with being a demon. And I have heard, not from William Tong himself.
Your favorite guy.
One of the people in the state, this is a quote, I wrote it on a little index card.
Okay.
The word your landlord, who is the steward. The steward of your home is obligated to, and then there's a yada, yada, yada stuff about, they owe you heat, they owe you, safe stairwells, et cetera. But it's removing the fact that my building, my rules. I am not the steward of some kind of collective housing for Connecticut.
You own it.
You own it. And they intentionally use the word the steward of your home. Well, you're renting. You're renting space in my building. It may be where you live, but it's not your home. And you can notice and another thing I heard in Connecticut, you know how they're trying to crack down on illegal weed sales.
Yes.
Because it conflicts with the the people who pay taxes for the regulated marijuana market. And so some people in apartments are complaining about this weed sales going on in their home, in quotes. And they want the landlord should not allow this to happen. It depreciates, low quality. The same people who want you to instantly get rid of the weed dealers on the front porch of your apartment house are the ones who do not let you, by law, ask, have you ever been convicted of a drug offense?
Can't do that.
Are you a felon?
No.
And the just cause eviction, you can't throw anyone out. But God forbid if the complaint of the day is illegal weed sales in apartment houses, and we're going to blame the landlord for that when they've tied their hands. And, Paul, the last thing, I've told you all the time, it starts to sound crazy. The progressives, little by little, are enabling the tenants' unions to have more and more power. And these fair rent arbitration councils that they have forced every town to have are very shortly going to turn into allowable rent fair market increases in a fully rent-controlled kind of a way. And this is kind of sticking their toe in the water. We're only going to screw the out-of-state landlords. And it's just like New York City. They charge the hell if you're an out-of-town worker on your income tax bill. And say those people can't fight back. They can't say no.
That's right.
And it's a trick. Thanks for letting me on.
All right, Dave.
I wish I could
appreciate
do a better
it.
job. But
No, you're loving that. Great, Dave. Love to hear from you. Yeah. I mean, these fair rank, on some level, I'm like, I kind of understand not wanting to get screwed by a bad landlord, but you're telling somebody who owns something, who pays taxes on something, how much they're allowed to charge for it? I never quite understood that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield Parkway is a little bit easier. Route 8 southbound, some residual delays in Ansonia from earlier road work. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to the Richfield Playhouse. January 23rd, it's Vocal Group Hall of Fame inductees, Jay and the Americans.
This magic moment.
February 13th, it's Rock and Roll Grammy and Songwriter Hall of Fame's The Rascals' 60th Anniversary Tour. And February 28th, it's the Ultimate Beatles Tribute Band, the Fab Four. Jay and the Americans, The Rascals, and the Fab Four. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at richfieldplayhouse.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Former special counsel Jack Smith testifies before the House Judiciary Committee on his Trump probes on sensitive government documents and the lead up to the U.S. Capitol attack.
Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power.
President Trump and Ukraine's president say their meeting on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum was positive. Zelensky says negotiators will hold more talks on ending Russia's war.
It will be the first trilateral meeting in Emirates. It will be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, it will be 2 days meetings.
U.S. Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino defends their Minnesota operation, saying city and state leaders, as well as protesters, have tried to impede their sweeps.
We're not going to be deterred in conducting the Title VIII mission, no matter what that climate is, no matter that violent rhetoric by Mayor Frey, Waltz, and others.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Prospect man accused in a child pornography case is in custody. Alexander Beardsley is charged with child sexual abuse material. The investigation began back in 2024 when Beardsley was a resident in Ansonia. Police seized Beardsley's computers, cell phones, and other electronic devices where over 100 images of child pornography were found. Beardsley is scheduled to be arraigned on Monday. A Darien man is facing domestic charges related to a weekend incident. Police responded to a home on Relihan Road Sunday morning around 10:30. There, 57-year-old Tadeusz Zalewski was arrested on third-degree assault, reckless endangerment, threatening, and injury to a child charges. He's due back in court in March. Milford is now one step closer to bringing armed officers to all of its elementary schools. Last night, the Board of Education unanimously approved the 2026-2027 school budget with the addition of employing 9 retired police officers and putting 1 in every elementary school as well as 1 in the alternative high school, the Academy. However, the budget still needs approval from the mayor, the Board of Finance, and the Board of Aldermen. This weekend's weather has postponed many events across the state, including the upcoming parent workshop hosted by Abilis. The Stamford-based nonprofit provides services to people with developmental disabilities and was due to host a workshop this coming Saturday aimed at supporting parents. The workshop has now been moved to March 8th. Investigators say the dramatic increase in structure fires around the city of Bridgeport is, at least in part, because of the cold snap. Bridgeport Fire Chief Lance Edwards is pleading with the public to play it safe. Edwards advises to be careful with space heaters and under no circumstances use an oven to heat your home. The chief is also urging residents to take advantage of the department's free smoke alarm installation program. Governor Ned Lamont is activating the state's severe cold weather protocol for this weekend and through next week. The protocol will take effect at noon tomorrow and end at noon on Wednesday, January 26th. The protocol is designed to ensure that vulnerable people will receive protection from life-threatening cold weather. Arctic air will overspread the region, causing temperatures to plummet. People in search for a shelter or warming center can call 211. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is dispatching hurricane hunters ahead of this weekend's snowstorm expected to impact the tri-state area. Air Force reconnaissance flights will begin ahead of the weekend. Pilots will fly over the Pacific to retrieve data using radio sondes, devices to measure weather data. Meanwhile, forecasters are calling for heavy snow across the state starting on Sunday. The incoming snow has been good news for Connecticut plow drivers. With the state seeing increased snowfall this year, many plow companies have seen an opportunity for expansion. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Rob Fabrizi from Innovative Construction Group about the growth his company has seen this year alone.
We're adding to our fleet, 2 6-wheelers with city plows, 2 8-ton Sanders, 12-foot plows on each truck, and then another F-350 with a 9.5-foot V-plow.
And 4 Connecticut chefs and 2 restaurants are semi-finalists for the 2026 James Beard Awards. David Standridge, a chef at the Shipwright's Daughter in Mystic, was named a semi-finalist in the Outstanding Chef category. Semi-finalists for the category of Best Chef of the Northeast are David DeStassi of Materia Ristorante in Bantam, Bolivar Hilario of Community Table in New Preston, and Shilimat Tessima of Lalibela Ethiopian in New Haven. Ro Lee in New Haven was honored in the Best New Restaurant category, and the Port of Call in Mystic was recognized in the Outstanding Wine and Other Beverages category. The nominees will be announced on March 31st, and the winners will be announced on June 15th in Chicago. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven and 84 eastbound. Volume delays coming off the state line going through Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic. Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, great to have you with us. Hey, coming up, we'll have a live report from New Orleans. A big trial going on and centers around the 10 Commandments, right? However, if you remember the Mel Brooks movie, it was actually 15 Commandments. I hold in my hands. Oops. Oh, man, come on. God bless him. Still going, Mel Brooks. Amazing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, be sure that you're all set for the big storm this weekend. Basically all day. Don't plan on moving. Don't plan on doing much of anything on Sunday. And it's fine. You sleep late. You look out the window. Don't start shoveling until the snow is over, too. That makes no sense. And maybe you shouldn't be shoveling if you're of that age or have other health considerations, so be careful with that. So as I'm looking at the projection here, and again, of course, the guy that we check in on this, Paul Piorek, he will be up bright and early tomorrow morning with Melissa to talk about this as well. So as I look, there's a million websites you could go to. I'm using Weather Underground here. I've used them for years. They seem to be the most accurate. So basically, I'm looking here. Tonight's fine. Tomorrow looks fine. Just about all of Saturday looks fine. So if you're like me, it'll be at the Ingalls Rink in New Haven for Yale, UConn, Sacred Heart, and Quinnipiac in the CT Ice this year, and you're going to that, you should be okay. If you're going to the championship game on Saturday night, leave quick after the game. Because according to what I see here, and as I move the cursor here, the snow is going to start, right around midnight Saturday into Sunday is what I see now. Paul will update that for you tomorrow. So basically, you're looking at midnight Saturday into Sunday, all day Sunday, past midnight Sunday into Monday, and according to what I'm seeing here, the snow even continues on and off for all of Monday. So, stock up, what can I tell you? Now the number, and again, this is going to change. I'm sure Paul will have an update with this tomorrow. The snow figure that we're seeing for the Bridgeport area, again, could change more towards the center part of the state and north. The Bridgeport area, according to this, at least at this time, double-digit snow accumulations, 12, 13 inches. There it is. That's a lot of snow. So there you go. Even about an inch of light snow on Monday. And as I look at the TV set here in front of me, extreme storm to dump heavy snow, crippling ice across the U.S. So if you can... this storm, you look at it right now. Look at this. It runs from the... look at this. You idiot. You're on radio. I'm sorry. As I look at this, it runs from Denver and West Texas and New Mexico all the way up into and through northern New England. That's a pretty big storm. Even dopey me, who doesn't really understand a whole heck of a lot with weather except hot and cold, wet and dry. Man, this is some psycho stuff here. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC is where we are, and we are asking you about a pronouncement from Governor Ned Lamont. Now, the governor was at a housing forum earlier in the week. And he proposed, now again, this is not going to pass. It's the short session. It's not going to pass. February, March, April. This is the short session in Hartford, and it's an election year. But the governor says, hey, how about a rent cap for out-of-state landlords, which is just, it's not going to happen. But ask yourselves why he's doing this. Ask yourselves why he's doing this. Is there some fear in his camp that the idea of affordability or inaffordability or unaffordability or whatever, is that idea suddenly starting to frighten, maybe, starting to frighten some folks into saying, hey, maybe you could see a Zohran Mamdani situation here in Connecticut like you did down the road in New York City. Could Josh Elliott pull that off? I don't know. Or on the Republican side, could Aaron Stewart or could, for example, Ryan Fazio, siphon off some of those undecided voters, even if they're progressives, and say, hey, I have an idea to lower electricity rates. The governor does it. But again, the governor is proposing a rent cap for out-of-state landlords. They tried to do something with in-state landlords, and it went pretty much nowhere. All right, we'll do traffic and weather together, news, and talk about a very, very important court case that's going on straight ahead.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cash back bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven and 84 eastbound. Volume delays coming off the state line going through Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
You know, in the past, we have talked about cases here in Connecticut. We had that teacher, remember, I think in New Britain, expressions of religion in her classroom. Remember that story we talked about? Man, it must have been about 3 years or so ago, and I saw it mentioned. I guess they came to some conclusion on it. That teacher who refused to put a Christian crucifix down in an area. Remember that story? Where the students couldn't see it. That went on and on. We have another case going on now that's got some national implications. Kind of, sort of, maybe the same thing, although not with an individual teacher. And you may have remembered the genesis of this case. And joining us right now is Katie Weiss, CBS News correspondent. Katie, good afternoon. How are you? It's Paul in Connecticut.
Good. Yes, good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me on.
So, Katie, this involves what? The Ten Commandments in New Orleans schools? What's going on here? Explain this to my audience.
Yes, of course. So essentially, a few years ago, the state of Louisiana passed a law requiring all public schools across the state to display in every public school classroom the Ten Commandments from the Christian Bible. Mm-hmm. And of course, a lot of people had an issue with that and filed suit. Named in the suit are several plaintiffs from various faiths, parents of students in public schools, particularly schools in New Orleans, just essentially saying that that kind of a law could alienate other students of different religious beliefs. And so now it's slowly making its way through the courts.
So I would imagine, Katie, and correct me if I'm wrong, there must be people on both sides. Maybe one side is saying, well, hey, this is not necessarily benefiting one religion. These are rules in life. And I would imagine the other side is saying, well, wait a minute. No, this is benefiting or citing one religion here. Are those sort of the legal, verses here? Is that what we're talking about here or not?
Yes, exactly. In fact, just earlier this week, the issue was taken up at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, so second to highest court in the land behind the Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. And that was the biggest thing that was discussed, was how this law would be favoring one religion over another. There was even question from the justices about, well, could you post the Ten Commandments from the Torah? What other kinds of, religious texts could you utilize in public schools? Some justices were asking, well, where does the buck stop? At what point do we say no? Mm-hmm. There was also discussion about, well, the Pledge of Allegiance is recited every single day, and students say one nation under God. So a lot for these justices to consider with this appeal right now.
And finally, Katie, is there a sense here that this might eventually end at the U.S. Supreme Court or not, depending on what happens?
Yes, no matter what the decision is from the appeals court justices, it will more than likely be appealed to the Supreme Court either way. This is an issue that, if it is then taken up by the Supreme Court, could have massive implications on the introduction of more religion into schools. And of course, people who oppose this Louisiana law say that if the Supreme Court allows for this law to continue and says that it is constitutional, it could open up the gate for other proposals that have been coming down the pipeline, including the public funding of fully religious Christian schools. That would be a totally new concept. Normally that's for private schools only. So a lot of people are feeling that, this could have serious weight, no matter if you're in Louisiana or not. However, the Louisiana Attorney General stands strong and says, no, we don't believe this will have any new precedent because this is already a constitutional item.
All right. Katie Weiss, CBS News in Louisiana. Katie, thank you. Appreciate the time. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. There you go. Katie Weiss, CBS News. So, yeah, how about that, huh? Yeah, you remember when this came out? About 2-3 years ago, she said, I think a couple of years ago, and I think this was being done in one other state. Listen, I'm as religious as the next guy. Could you conceivably argue that the Ten Commandments are, now obviously, when we say the Ten Commandments, right? The immediate reference or the immediate thing that comes in your mind, seriously, and I was kidding about the Mel Brooks. Was that in History of the World? I think so. 15 came on. I dropped 5 of them. There's 10. But you think of what? The tablets, right? Which is Christian/Catholic. But it's a fascinating argument, is it not? No matter what religion you are, Catholic or some other Christian denomination or Jewish or Muslim or Buddhist or Shinto or Seventh-day Adventist or whatever, there's always that argument that the Ten Commandments, while predominantly a Christian manifestation of allegedly what God handed down to Moses from the mount or the mountain and all that, there are people that say, and maybe this is what the thinking is in Louisiana and this New Orleans case, I don't know, these are rules to live by. Thou shalt not steal. Is that necessarily religious? And again, I'm not coming down either. I think the safest thing is to keep all this stuff out of the classroom. To me, it just, you put this stuff in there and you end up rolling up billable hours from how many lawyers. But you may not feel that way. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Well, relax. It's a joke. Thou shalt not kill. And there are people that say, well, there's a difference between them. It's thou shalt not kill versus thou shalt not murder. Whatever. Yeah, so, and thanks to Katie Weiss, but she's right. No matter what this court, this second-level appellate court is going to decide, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Boy, the Supreme Court's got some big cases coming. And again, we heard that a couple of weeks ago with this, again, the transgender athlete case, which admittedly does not affect, with an A, AFF-ECT, does not affect that many people and that many teams and that many states, but it's an indicator, is it not, of the direction that a country is moving or of a direction that a society is moving. I mean, let's say you were and you may be, and I don't know what your feelings are about this, what Katie Weiss just told us. What if you are an atheist parent and you are raising your children or child or kids or whatever in a non-religious household? Would it bother you if the 10 Commandments are up on a wall in the classroom? Would it bother you less than if, say, and we went back to that story about that teacher in the school in New Britain there, I think it was an elementary school in New Britain, and I think she just lost an appeal on that. I'll have to look that up before we end tonight. Or if you are a Muslim parent or a Jewish parent or a Buddhist parent or somebody that practices, whatever religion, Shinto or something like that, would it affect you? Interesting thought. Would you be mad if the Christian 10 Commandments are displayed in your child's classroom? Or would you say, well, yeah, okay, I'm Muslim or I'm Jewish or whatever, but, that thou shalt not steal is a good idea. It's probably a good thing to abide by no matter what religion. Or thou shalt not kill, or the thou shalt not, what is it, covet thy neighbor's goods. Is there really a definition of a religion in that or not? Now, you may say, well, what if my child starts asking about that? Mom, Dad, where does that come from? Why are they on the wall? Oh, it's a different religion. Is there anything from our religion on a wall there? Why isn't there anything from our religion where we go once a week? Or I thought, Mom and Dad, you don't want to do religions. Lots of stuff there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven and 84 eastbound. Volume delays coming off the state line going through Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Snow Country Ski Report brought to you by Land Rover Fairfield. Discover your next Land Rover on Commerce Drive in Fairfield. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Thursday and Friday are great days to take advantage of on the slopes if you're able to get out during the work week. There was fresh snow last weekend, a little more snow up north last night, and the weather Thursday and Friday is a lot more comfortable than the coming weekend. Connecticut ski areas can be a better choice during colder weekends. They all have strong coverage. They're at or near 100%. Plus, their lower elevation trails a little more protected and closer to the ski lodge, too. Southington, Powder Ridge, Sundown, and Mohawk, all in great shape with well-groomed, well-covered trails, virtually all of them, day and night. Ski Butternut on 20 trails covering 13 miles. Bromley up to 42 trails, 90% of their terrain, both Bromley and Stratton, with 13 inches of fresh snow since this time last week. Magic and Pico are back for Thursday. Killington, Bolton Valley, and Smuggler's Notch all around 90%. This report presented by Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort. Visit smugs.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, news coming up top of the hour. Our buddy Steve Harding from the General Assembly is going to tell us about a Democratic leader up there who, while the people think he's in trouble, he doesn't think he's in trouble, so we'll talk about that. Quickly before news, Joseph in Fairfield. Joseph, what's up, buddy? Hello. Joseph, are you there? Joseph going once. Joseph going twice. Joseph, call us back, my friend. Are you there? Did you fall asleep? Are you getting gas? Are you getting coffee? Are you just anticipating when the snow will begin? Are you buying lottery tickets? All right. Joe, give us a call back, buddy, if you want. I just listen. Sometimes you call the radio station. People do this all the time, and they're in a takeout line. They're then in a drive-through window. They're at the ATM. They're getting gas. They're standing outside talking to Agumar. I'm not insinuating anything, Joe. Whatever. Anyway, call us back. Oh man. 203-333-9422. By the way, talk or text. It's the same number. Son of a gun, the way we did that. When we started our text chat thingy, we're like, let's just do the same number. Other stations do, the text number is this and the phone number is this. No, same thing. 203-333-9422.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Minnesota has become a major focus of immigration sweeps by Department of Homeland Security-led agencies. A day of action is scheduled to take place in Minneapolis tomorrow, but it remains to be seen whether extremely cold weather could affect turnout. Vice President J.D. Vance is there now and defends the immigration operations being carried out by ICE and Border Patrol officers.
We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because, again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong.
A video of an Iowa boy who faced anti-immigrant harassment during a soccer tournament has gone viral.
It just made me get really emotional.
Max is only 12, but he cried telling his mother about the bullying he faced at a 2-month-long soccer tournament from another player who told him.
I'm an illegal immigrant, even though I was born in America.
Max says the other child told him the president would get him and send him back to where he used to live. Max's mom says she posted the video to remind people how deeply our words and actions can affect one another, especially children. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
The U.S. and China have signed off on a TikTok deal. 35 states face a potential life-threatening winter storm from tomorrow through Monday. Forrest Gadlin in Dallas just bought a generator after losing power in the last big storm.
This time I'm just preparing a little bit better than last time so we can have a better outcome this time.
Some states that are not used to ice could see anywhere from a half inch to almost an inch. Foreman Philip Maresca at Mark's Tree Service in Charlotte.
We stay storm ready year round. Being in the Carolinas, it's high winds very often. Doesn't have to be cold weather winds. So it's something that's very active for us.
President Trump has met with Ukraine's President Zelensky on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
President Trump was optimistic.
The meeting was good with President Zelensky. We'll see how it turns out.
President Zelensky likewise said he was encouraged by the meeting aimed at ending Russia's war against Ukraine.
The meeting was good, thanks to President, and thank you that he found time for us.
Following the discussions in Davos, U.S. negotiators are meeting with Russian President Putin in Moscow, and then 2 days of trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Ryan Coogler's vampire epic Sinners leads all films with 16 nominations to the 98th Academy Awards, the most in Oscar history. Paul Thomas Anderson's father-daughter revolutionary saga, one battle after another, trails in second with 13 nominations.
Rise and shine.
The award ceremony is March 15th. Stocks are trading up on Wall Street right now. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS News Roundup on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Prospect man accused in a child pornography case is in custody. Alexander Beardsley is charged with child sexual abuse material. The investigation began back in 2024 when Beardsley was a resident in Ansonia. Police seized Beardsley's computers, cell phones, and other electronic devices where over 100 images of child pornography were found. Beardsley is scheduled to be arraigned on Monday. Police in Norwalk are asking for the public's help finding a suspect wanted for stealing credit cards from a local gym. The suspect was caught on security camera at the Crunch Fitness. Police are circulating footage asking residents if they recognize the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. More than a dozen local veterans are being inducted into the Connecticut Veterans Hall of Fame today. The ceremony is being held in Rocky Hill in the Gold Star Families Memorial Auditorium at the historic Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs. This is the 21st class being inducted into the Hall of Fame. The ceremony begins at 5 o'clock. And the UConn women's basketball team is looking for a conference win on the road. The Huskies are in Washington, D.C., where they will face Georgetown tonight at 7:30. UConn is undefeated after 19 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound, ongoing construction. Exits 2 and 3 taking out at least one lane, has things backing up over the state line. 95 on the northbound side, up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. 95, the southbound side in Brantford, an accident reported, exit 54. And you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, how are you? 2 hours up, 2 hours down, 2 to go, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Thanks for hanging out with us, and tell your friends and family members and relatives and people you love, even the people you hate. Tell them about the program here Monday through Friday, 2 to 6. Helping you get to where you're going over the big stories of the day, including an idea from Governor Ned Lamont earlier this week. He was at some sort of housing forum, and he wants a rent cap for landlords who were out of state. So he is saying if you are an out-of-state landlord, you will only be able to cap your or raise rent so high. Now, to me, this is interesting, because A, he's not going after local landlords. They tried that a couple of years ago, twice, didn't work. And I wonder here if there's a little bit, now maybe I'm wrong here, but I'm wondering if there may be a little, just a little bit in the governor's camp. And one of our guests said he's got a completely new election team around him now. Different people in 2018 and 2022. And is the governor now worried, and is he being told, hey, you got to look a little more progressive on this stuff? Well, why do I have to do that? Well, sir, Governor, 2 words, Zohran Mamdani, a guy who had 0 resume. I mean, literally. And the guy's the mayor of New York now. So Chris Williams has been poring over the answers here to my question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you agree with Governor Lamont's idea to limit rent increases for out-of-state landlords who buy apartments in Connecticut? Only out-of-staters now, and not Connecticut-based landlords. Chris, what do we have there?
Joe said yes, of course. George said no. Jack wants to know if they also get a freeze on taxes. And Sue said yes, because in her opinion, they are one of the reasons for the dramatic rise in homelessness in this state. In fact, it should apply to all new landlords.
In fact, and thank you, Chris, there's an allusion here in the story to the governor saying what the president wants to do. I guess he signed some executive order to prevent equity funds from buying homes. Now, to me, that sounds like a good idea. I don't know. But maybe he felt that he had a counter with something. Again, this is never going to happen. It's not going to happen. The whole idea of capping rent increases just has kind of a greasy thing to it politically, unless you're an avowed Democratic socialist like Zohran Mamdani is. So I don't know, but I thought that interesting. All right, got our buddy, our pal, Steve Harding coming up, tell you about something that's really rocking the state capitol. First, though, got a bunch of people lined up here to chat. Joseph in Fairfield. Joe, how are you? What's up?
Hello, Paul. I put the phone down because, with all respect, because I thought you were going to the news.
No, it's all right, Joe. I was just kidding.
I was on before.
I was just.
Well, I want to discuss the religion, the Ten Commandments issue that you brought up. As an educator for 50 years, I also taught Catholic schools, different schools for 46 years.
Uh-huh.
So, first of all, it's Judeo-Christian. The Ten Commandments came out of the Old Testament.
Yeah,
they're no different than the Christian Ten Commandments. But besides that, the First Amendment. The first freedom, there's 5 freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
But Paul, the very first one has 2 clauses that they put in 1791. Very, very important, because it said that the Congress will make no law respecting the establishment of religion, nor preventing the free exercise thereof.
Yeah.
Now, why that's important? Because I think the decision by Hugo Black in 1962 was the wrong decision. I think they should revisit that, because the Ten Commandments is just another aspect of education.
Mm-hmm.
You can have other things there too. Why would you want to prevent students from looking at it? It's a part of education. You look at it like you study where Greenland is or where anything else is on the globe.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that that freedom of religion, to practice religion, is really protected by that First Amendment. They put it as first freedom before speech and the press, and to get together to petition the government for redress. That was really important, because freedom of religion is also about freedom of thought. And if we don't allow our students to be free thinkers in all aspects of their life, psychology, in fact, the word psyche is from the Greek, meaning soul. The study of the soul. The best way to study the soul is through religions, no matter what religions there are.
Joe,
I only Christianity.
I am sure, Joe, and thank you for the call, appreciate it. Joe, I am sure that what you just said was said in some way, shape, or form. You made excellent points there. I'm sure if we look over the text of the officials or the lawyers who were defending this law, they probably mentioned, Joe, just about everything you just said. I don't doubt it. So, good summary there. Jay in Fairfield. Jay, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm doing okay. I was just riding in the car a few minutes ago and heard your talk about the Ten Commandments.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think, first off, the thought is that certainly it's Judeo-Christian, and that but Jews and Christians look at it somewhat differently. I think there's an argument about the first commandment. I think Jews say that the first commandment is know that I'm the God who took you forth out of Egypt. In other words, accept that I'm God. I forget what there's I'm trying to look up the exact text, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. One of them is, I think this is the fourth commandment. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and that you should. I mean, and there's and actually the way at least Jews divide it up, the first 5 commandments really are between man and God, what God expects from man. The second 5, which includes thou shalt not kill, steal, whatever, those things are between man and man.
Excellent, yes.
And by the way, that's another thing. Jews say thou shalt not steal doesn't mean, little petty theft. What it actually means is stealing or taking a human being, kidnapping, actually. Something that is a far more serious felony.
And I know, Jay, there's always been a debate between thou shalt not kill, and people say, well, that's really, if you look at it, interpreting it the other way, thou shalt not murder. I know there's different interpretations of that as well. Yeah. So
I'm just saying, so to say it's not religious or there's a different religions, even with it, and I don't know if Catholic and Protestants look at it differently as well, and I suspect there is among various Protestants and Catholic Church.
I would imagine.
Yes, I meant sex, S-E-C-T-S.
I would imagine. Jay, thank you. So, I do have to run, Jay. Thank you for and that's good stuff there, Jay. Thank you. No, listen, this is a fascinating case. Jay, thank you. Appreciate it. It's a fascinating case. How this court in New Orleans will rule on this, and then, look, this is going to the Supreme Court, obviously, and maybe it should. Before we take a break, Anthony in Shelton. Anthony, how are you, sir? What's up?
Good. Paul, real quick, a little history lesson.
Yeah.
My understanding is that it was LaGuardia who was the mayor of New York many years ago during the Depression. He used to read the comics to the kids on Sunday, but he was the one who said, we have to, as a government, help people, because at the time they were living in flats.
Yeah.
Cold flats. There wasn't water or anything. You had to go down the hall or down the stairs or upstairs to get to any kind of water, whether you needed it for your bathroom, to wash with, to clean with, to cook with.
Yeah.
And he got what started was the cold water flats. But at this time, I think government should stay out of everyone's business, because that's where it causes the problem. And in fact, at this time, the city of New York owns many, many apartments and properties, and they can't even manage their own. They're in trouble. So they should get out of the business and let the professionals do it. I'm very sorry to say, anywhere.
Yeah.
People have the right to move. They can complain. There's enough boards to complain to, but the government should get out of the business of anything like that. There should be no. They should hold off. And let me say this.
Sure.
The Democrats in Hartford have forced so many new apartments to be built that are probably not necessary. But because builders are told, unless you're going to put in affordable apartments, what they call affordable,
you won't get you won't get the building permit. You don't get the permit,
right? And you can't, and you'll never make that 10%, no matter how hard you try in any city in the state.
And
get the 10%.
Yeah, and Anthony,
statistically, you can't get there.
No, you can't. You're right, Anthony. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to the numbers, they say, well, Greenwich needs 900 and something affordable homes in Greenwich. Number one, please explain to me, Lucy. Where's Fred? Explain to me what's an affordable housing unit in Greenwich, for God's sake. And number two, you need what, 900 of them? 900 units in Greenwich. Where?
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Did you know that Apple started in a garage? Google started in a garage. So did Amazon and Hewlett-Packard. At the next rodeo, we have nothing against garages, but this is for those burgeoning businesses that started in backyards. Bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, home offices, and also garages. Small businesses with smaller beginnings that were looked down on. Tucked down, too, but had the smarts to survive and the grit to grow. And now they're ready for the next chapter, the next level. Now they're ready for the next rodeo. The Next Rodeo is a creative partner that brings world-class thinking to companies who know where they're going, no matter where they came from. The Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want is one great idea. Get the full story at thenextrodeo.com.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound, ongoing construction. Exits 2 and 3 taking out at least one lane, has things backing up over the state line. 95 on the northbound side, up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. 95, the southbound side in Brantford, an accident reported, exit 54. And you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you may have seen stories about yet another purported controversy up at the Capitol here. And as we talk about this, let's say up front, the gentleman we're going to talk about is innocent till proven guilty. I don't believe there have been any criminal charges. A longtime Democratic State Senate member, Doug McCrory, who has a very powerful position with the allocation of funds, is now alleged to be at the center of a multi-million-dollar, shall we say, discrepancy on all this. So let's welcome in our buddy, our pal, Republican State Senate leader, Steve Harding, to join us. Steve, good afternoon, sir. Happy Thursday. How are you?
Happy Friday Eve, as they say. It's good to be with you as always, Paul, and thank you for having me.
So, Steve, explain to my listeners here, kind of bottom line, that Doug McCrory here, guy that's been around for years and years and years. I'm sure you work with him on stuff. Very influential guy, but he's facing some pretty serious again, innocent till proven guilty, no criminal referrals yet. But you read this stuff, Steve, and you're like, wow, this doesn't sound good. So what's going on?
No, so I mean, the allegations are extremely damning. Obviously, it is until proven guilty. I mean, this has been investigated, and it's really hard to deny his significant involvement in this. And one of the things that I've been saying time and time again is that we're foolish to believe and we're naive to believe that this is the only example of how taxpayer funds are being misused and misappropriated. Democrats for years now have created these budgets in which nonprofit organizations that are well connected to certain state senators, state representatives in the Democratic Party are receiving millions and millions of dollars. And in some cases, multiple millions over a span of time, particularly with COVID funds when that was coming into the state of Connecticut. And now we're finding out that basically it's been found through investigation that at least in the part of Senator McCrory, he was guiding all of these funds to organizations he was well connected with, and in some cases, organizations where his family and friends were all well involved with the organizations, and it looks like doing little to nothing with the money except maybe even probably pocketing it. And this is all taxpayer money. Again, the investigation or what's been looked into is extremely damning. The allegations are extremely damning, and I've heard nothing, not a thing, to refute what's been alleged thus far.
And Steve, it's not that it's money allocated to charities, because we do this every year, tens of millions of dollars. But from what I understand, it is the details behind it, right? From what you and other people have told me, kind of once these type of funds are released, we kind of lose a bearing on what happens a lot with these funds. Isn't that true?
100%, and that is just it's negligence on the part of the majority party in Hartford in that they've kept no oversight over how these funds are tracked or are spent. There's really limited to no auditing process. There's no receipts looked for. There's no evidence of the money that's alleged to have been spent to see if it's been spent truly in the manner that it was intended or what the organization has said it spent the money on. And on top of that, a lot of these organizations are coming in the dead of night in the budget and just thrown in there. And we did our own investigations in the Senate Republican caucus based upon the budget last year with some of these organizations that received money. And it turns out some of these organizations that received hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of taxpayer money don't even exist. There's no existing LLC. There's no website. There's no web page for any of these organizations. And so, when that happens, you start to question, where is the money going? And then whose pocket is it going into in some cases?
And finally, Steve, I guess now you would know this, obviously, the position you're in. I mean, technically, again, we should mention Senator McCrory has not been charged with anything criminal. But did I hear that the governor and maybe there are some other people around him maybe asking him to perhaps step back a little bit? But I guess he has said, no, he's done nothing wrong in his mind, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I've said at the very least he should have his committee assignments stripped until, a full investigation is concluded. Just simply based upon the allegations. I mean, these allegations are so severe. It's essentially alleging that you steered millions and millions of dollars towards family and friends that's supposed to be taxpayer money that's supposedly being invested in the community through nonprofit organizations. I mean, the allegations are so extreme. At the very least, the seven Democratic leadership, if they cared about the taxpayer money, should come out and say, we don't stand for this. We're stripping you of your committee assignments. But they've said nothing about it. And I think it speaks overall to how the Democratic Party, in my opinion, in Hartford, and the governor for that matter, thinks about taxpayer money. They think it's their own money to use to hand around to different politicians. And if they had held this, if they addressed this more seriously, I feel that it would send a strong statement to the people of the state that we care about the taxpayer dollars. Their lack of response, I think, speaks volumes, unfortunately.
All right, Steve Harding. Steve, thank you. Stay safe over the weekend, and we'll talk down the road. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, Steve, thanks. Appreciate it. So there you go. Longtime Democratic State Senate member Doug McCrory, The allegation is he used the Blue Hills Civic Association to distribute millions of dollars to other local nonprofits. According to this audit, there may be kind of a questionable thing here. And again, as our buddy Steve Harding just asked rhetorically, where's the Democratic leadership on this?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 eastbound, ongoing construction. Exits 2 and 3 taking out at least one lane, has things backing up over the state line. 95 on the northbound side, up to an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. 95, the southbound side in Brantford, an accident reported, exit 54. And you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Rain, snow, ice, and Arctic cold are forecast to stretch from the northern plains into the Midwest through the south and up to the Northeast. Bill Bell with the Louisville, Kentucky Transportation Department says they're getting road salt ready.
We're still probably 2/3 of the way full on our salt domes, etc. We still have room to go.
It's going to be very cold in Minneapolis, where a day of action is planned tomorrow. Vice President J.D. Vance is there today, defending ICE and federal law enforcement actions.
I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car.
Before a House committee, former special counsel Jack Smith is defending his investigations of President Trump on classified documents in the lead up to the U.S. Capitol attack.
President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford is now one step closer to bringing armed officers to all of its elementary schools. Last night, the Board of Education unanimously approved the 2026-2027 school budget with the addition of employing 9 retired police officers and putting 1 in every elementary school, as well as 1 in the alternative high school, the Academy. However, the budget still needs approval from the mayor, the Board of Finance, and the Board of Aldermen. New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker is expressing concerns over a recent arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. New Haven police say someone fled into a courthouse following a car accident along Church and Elm Streets on Tuesday morning. ICE agents then arrested the person inside the courthouse. Elicker raised questions about the legality of the arrest due to a state law that states that no representative of a law enforcement agency shall detain or arrest an individual on courthouse grounds unless conditions such as having a warrant are met. Governor Ned Lamont spoke Wednesday at a conference hosted by the Partnership for Strong Communities about how to address Connecticut's housing crisis. A recent report found that Connecticut is facing a housing shortage of between 120,000 and 380,000 units, and that homelessness is up 43% since 2021. The state legislature recently passed a new housing bill in special session this past fall, but critics believe it doesn't address the root problems of affordability. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Chelsea Ross, executive director of the Partnership for Strong Communities, who called the situation critical.
We're really at a critical point like many states in the country. And so today we're exploring not just the status of housing in Connecticut, but the solutions that can move us forward towards a more just and equitable housing system in Connecticut.
A Darien man is facing domestic charges related to a weekend incident. Police responded to a home on Relihan Road Sunday morning around 10:30. There, 57-year-old Tadeusz Zalewski was arrested on third-degree assault, reckless endangerment, threatening, and injury to a child charges. He's due back in court in March. Governor Ned Lamont is activating the state's severe cold weather protocol for this weekend and through next week. The protocol will take effect at noon tomorrow and end at noon on Wednesday, January 26th. The protocol is designed to ensure that vulnerable people receive protection from life-threatening cold weather. Arctic air will overspread the region, causing temperatures to plummet. People in search for a shelter or warming center can call 211. Investigators say the dramatic increase in structure fires around the city of Bridgeport is, at least in part, because of the cold snap. Bridgeport Fire Chief Lance Edwards is pleading with the public to play it safe. Edwards advises to be careful with space heaters and under no circumstances use an oven to heat your home. The chief is also urging residents to take advantage of the department's free smoke alarm installation program. This weekend's weather has postponed many events across the state, including the upcoming parent workshop hosted by Ableist. The Stamford-based nonprofit provides services to people with developmental disabilities and was due to host a workshop this coming Saturday aimed at supporting parents. The workshop has now been moved to March 8th. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is dispatching hurricane hunters ahead of this weekend's snowstorm expected to impact the tri-state area. Air Force reconnaissance flights will begin ahead of the weekend. Pilots will fly over the Pacific to retrieve data using radiosondes, devices to measure weather data. Meanwhile, forecasters are calling for heavy snow across the state starting on Sunday. The incoming snow has been good news for Connecticut plow drivers. With the state seeing increased snowfall this year, many plow companies have been seeing an opportunity for expansion. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Rob Fabrizi from Innovative Construction Group about the growth his company has seen this year alone.
We're adding to our fleet, 2 6-wheelers with city plows, 2 8-ton sanders, 12-foot plows on each truck, and then another F-350 with a 9.5-foot V-plow.
And 4 Connecticut chefs and 2 restaurants are semifinalists for the 2026 James Beard Awards. David Standridge, a chef at the Shipwright's Daughter in Mystic, was named a semifinalist in the Outstanding Chef category. Semifinalists for the category of Best Chef of the Northeast are David DiStassi of Materia Ristorante in Bantam, Bolivar Hilario of Community Table in New Preston, and Shilimat Tessima of Lalibela Ethiopian in New Haven. Rowley in New Haven was honored in the Best New Restaurant category, and the Port of Call in Mystic was recognized in the Outstanding Wine and Other Beverages category. The nominees will be announced on March 31st, and the winners will be announced on June 15th in Chicago. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector southbound Bridgeport accident, exit 1. That's taking out the right lane. On 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven on 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Accident reported near exit 52 in Hamden. And on 84 eastbound, heavy residual delays in Danbury from earlier issues. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And thank you once again to our buddy, our pal, Steve Harding, State Senate Republican leader. You always have Harding on because he's a Republican. Yes, I do. Because at least the Republican Party, sir and madam, in this situation in Connecticut, is at least calling for State Senator McCrory to, we're not calling on him to resign his position. Nobody is saying that Doug McCrory is guilty as charged. But the Republican leadership and Governor Ned Lamont, by the way, the Republicans and the governor getting together, as they often do in this state, are saying, hey, maybe Senator McCrory should, no matter what you say, Senator, about you being interested, just relinquish your committee leadership post for the time being and let the investigation play out. So the Republicans are saying that. The governor is saying that. But for some odd reason, that's a rhetorical reference there in case you don't know. For some odd reason, the Democratic leadership in Hartford isn't even, now publicly they may be whispering to him behind closed doors, but is there any pronouncement from, I don't know, Bob Duff in Norwalk, or is he still posting videos linking Trump to Hitler? I don't know. Or is Bob Duff still suffering from Trump derangement syndrome? I don't know. Is Bob Duff saying anything about the McCrory case? Maybe he is. Maybe I missed it. What about Martin Looney? My old friend Marty Looney in New Haven. What about Matt Ritter, the House Speaker? What about Jason Rojas, the Democratic House Majority Leader? What are they saying? Because, gentlemen and ladies, the governor is urging Senator McCrory, I think, to step back a little bit. So the Republicans. But why? It's interesting. The Democratic leadership is not calling for any of this. Being facetious there, too. This story from Channel 3. Now, you may wonder, well, what is it with McCrory here? All right, let me explain to you. A forensic audit has raised new questions about State Senator Doug McCrory's role in a Hartford nonprofit, prompting Governor Lamont to call for him to step back from his leadership position. Now, they're not going to do that. If you think the Democratic leadership in Hartford respects the governor, stop. Remember a few months ago when Senator Saud Anwar was at a No Kings rally and he held a sign up asking cholesterol to kill the president? Remember that? The governor thought, you remember what the governor said? He said he thought it was in bad taste, and Senator Anwar should apologize for that. You think he apologized? Come on. The audit findings could result in, he's not been charged with anything yet. But it says here, according to Channel 3, the audit findings could result in criminal charges against the Blue Hills Civic Association, a nonprofit in Hartford. McCrory is mentioned in the report, and the governor said McCrory should step back from his role as chair of the Education Committee. He's not telling him to surrender anywhere. He's not telling him to leave the General Assembly. He's telling him, frankly, what I would do if I knew in my heart of hearts I was innocent. I'd say, sure, I'll relinquish my leadership position. Do I get it back if I'm proven innocent? Of course you do. Okay. Talk to my attorney. Let's do this. But no, he doesn't. Doesn't look good. McCrory helped secure funding for the Blue Hills Civic Association with more than $15 million in state grants over the past 5 years. The forensic report shows there was little or no oversight on how money was being spent. And by the way, remember this, the next time you have people like Bob Duff or Matt Ritter or Martin Looney or Doug McCrory saying, hey, or Julie Kushner, the usual suspects there saying, well, we're only going to raise this fee slightly. The people can afford it. These are the same people that allegedly hand over $15 million and then don't follow how it's used. The report found the nonprofit had been a victim of wire fraud totaling $300,000. However, they failed to tell the state about it for 5 months. Although the report says, in other words, internally, they told McCrory. According to the audit on 7 February 2025, about a year ago, the executive director of the Blue Hills Civic Association, Ms. Gallen Clark, met Mr. McCrory in person and informed him of the fraudulent transfer. It wasn't until next month that they finally reported it to the state. McCrory, by the way, is currently being investigated, again, innocent until proven guilty, but he's being investigated by the FBI for his relationship with, how do you say her name here? I want to get it right. Sonsire Cicero Hamlin, who operates several businesses that got federal and state funding. Ding, 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 ding. The FBI wants to know what role McCrory played in getting money distributed. Now, again, this goes on and on from $100,000, $200,000 to $15 million. Here's the bottom line. Bottom line is the governor is asking him, just step back from your leadership position and we'll figure it all out. The Republicans are saying, Senator, just step back from your leadership position, let the dust on this clear, and we'll figure it all out. At least up until what I've seen today at 5:15 now on a Thursday, January 22nd, you've gotten nothing from the Democrats. Nothing. I wonder why that is. That's a rhetorical question, by the way.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If your 2026 resolution is being the best version of yourself, go see Dr. Chernick at Derm Medical in Wilton. Laser facials, injectables, and SoftWave. SoftWave is a safe, non-invasive ultrasound treatment that lifts brows, smooths lines, and tightens skin on your face, chin, and neck. Requires no anesthesia, and it costs way less than a facelift. DermMedical.org or call 203-442-1800.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. January is National Radon Action Month, and radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. This January, Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector southbound Bridgeport accident, exit 1. That's taking out the right lane. On 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven on 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Accident reported near exit 52 in Hamden. And on 84 eastbound, heavy residual delays in Danbury from earlier issues. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, now update. Ding, 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 ding. We have an update to this story that just came in. And apparently Doug McCrory speaks, or sort of. Democratic State Senator Douglas McCrory on Thursday, by the way. This from the CT Insider. Paul Hughes' story. He's a good writer there. He's been covering politics for years. Doug McCrory is denying any wrongdoing connected to state funds that the Hartford Democrat directed to a nonprofit organization. This following the findings of an independent audit that suggested potential fraud and misappropriations of funds. McCrory released a statement today, 2 days after the State Department of Economic and Community Development released a forensic audit of the Blue Hills Civic Association that identified potential fraud and misappropriation of public money at the Hartford nonprofit. In the statement, McCrory said the following, quote, "The Department of Economic and Community Development's audit of the Blue Hills Civic Association and subsequent reporting by members of the media has raised questions connected to state oversight of public money provided to the nonprofits." McCrory continues, "Although I engaged in no wrongdoing, I was mentioned in the audit because I was involved in advocating at the legislature for resources for organizations within my district, including the Blue Hills Civic Associations and some of the organizations that received funds that were criticized in the audit." Now, McCrory's name, it says here, is mentioned 20 times in the 64-page audit, including regarding a federal investigation into his connection to Blue Hills and the Blue Hills Sub-Guarantees SHEBA Resource Center, along with its CEO, Sunsare Cicero Hamlin, who oversees both. The audit also states that Mr. McCrory told then Executive Director Vicki Gallen-Clark to hold off on reporting $300,000 that had supposedly been lost in a fraudulent transaction until we get the FBI investigative report. The 3-month delay in reporting led to the state suspending funding for the nonprofit, ordering the association to pause further spending, and a demand that any unspent state funding be returned. McCrory's statement did not address those issues specifically. McCrory continued in his statement that the audit done by Clifton Larson Allen LLP makes clear that stronger oversight is needed to ensure state funds are managed responsibly and effectively. In a statement, he urged that any oversight of public funds be done carefully and fairly without creating unnecessary red tape that blocks resources from reaching people that need it the most. Both Democrats and Republican leaders in the General Assembly, along with the governor, have called for more oversight as well. Lamont suggested on Wednesday, this is the governor of the state now, you may have heard of him, Ned Lamont, suggested on Wednesday that maybe McCrory take a step back from his leadership positions in the legislature, including as co-chair of the Education Committee. That has not happened, and a spokesman for, here it is, a spokesman for the Senate Democratic leadership, that's Bob Duff, and Martin Looney says no, they're not going to. He's not going to get his role stripped by Democratic leadership. So there you go. All right, it is what it is. The majority party in Hartford does whatever it damn well wants. Yeah, we like Ned Lamont. He seems like a nice guy, but don't ever mistake who runs the state and who is the arrogance of them saying, no, he's not going to step back. Where, folks, if that was me, they're not telling the guy to resign. They're not telling him to leave the General Assembly. They're saying step back from your leadership position on a committee for a bit. Just step back. Maybe you'll be in the clear. But, of course, they can't do that. No. You know, folks, if the Republicans are smart, if you're listening up there in the press room at the Capitol, because I know you do, if the Republicans are smart and they really want to win, because all the other side's going to say Trump, 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 and by the way, Trump and Trumpity Trump, 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 Trump. If they're going to do that, then what the Republicans need to come back with is the Doug McCrory thing. Terrence Cheng spending like a madman at the Connecticut State Universities. Deirdre Giffords and her connection to Costas Diamantis. The allegations made by the former budget director, Melissa McCaw, the still burning dumpster fire of Pura, and their former chair, Marissa, the dog ate my emails and text messages, Gillette. Oh, I never colluded with two members of the General Assembly to write an editorial. Well, sure looks like you did. Where are these text messages? I have no idea. I can't find them. What else could we talk about? Oh, and instead of Trump. Oh, how about the state pier in New London, which has turned out to be a festering rat hole for money? $400 million over budget. So when they start firing Trump, why don't I hope that some people in Hartford start talking about the cesspool of corruption we've seen up at the Capitol over the past few years? My God. And the rearranging, I mean, my God, it all just goes away. Nothing to see here. No, nothing to see here. Move on.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector southbound Bridgeport accident, exit 1. That's taking out the right lane. On 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven on 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Accident reported near exit 52 in Hamden. And on 84 eastbound, heavy residual delays in Danbury from earlier issues. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And you may ask yourself, well, Paul, what is this state pier thing? This is the pier that we've been building for the last 150 years. No, it's only been since the first year of the Lamont administration. Out in New London to service the wind turbines there. I mean, this alone should make you think about who you're voting for. The original, now I know stuff gets more expensive. I know budgets are tough. I get that. All right? The original estimated cost of the state pier in New London, it's got some private money, some federal money, some state money, was $93 million in 2019. All right, it's a pier, it's a big pier. As of late 2024 into 2025, you know where it stood? And I know, is it done yet? It stood at, they went from $93 million to $315 million. Oh, sorry, we messed up. What? And the only reason that doesn't get talked about more, it's because it's out there. It's in New London. But man, you list all the sleaze under Lamont. It's like, really?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Duke's Mayo.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Grocery and hardware stores have been busy as a dangerous storm takes aim at the eastern two-thirds of the country. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
States are preparing from Texas to Boston. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul.
All across the state, New Yorkers are at risk of an extreme weather event, the likes of which we have not seen in many years.
And Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger.
Virginia will experience dangerously low temperatures, power outages, and unpredictable road conditions.
The storm is expected to start Friday in New Mexico and Texas and move east through the south, then up to New England. 140 million people are under watches or warnings, in many places, both.
In his first public testimony to Congress, former special counsel Jack Smith defends his handling of investigations into President Trump on classified documents and attempts to reverse the outcome of the 2020 election. Wisconsin GOP Congressman Scott Fitzgerald asked Smith whether he got the job of special counsel because of his friendship with Marshall Miller, Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, during the Biden administration.
Mr. Miller wanted you in that position not because you're necessarily the best lawyer he ever met, but because of the long-term friendship that you have with him.
What I can tell you is I have been a prosecutor for 30 years. I have been an apolitical public servant for 30 years. I've prosecuted cases against Democrats and Republicans, all the same.
Vice President J.D. Vance stops in Minneapolis and blames state and local officials for the chaos surrounding ICE actions in the city.
There are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis would be for state and local officials to cooperate.
As part of a plea deal, former Des Moines, Iowa school superintendent Ian Roberts has pleaded guilty in federal court to falsely claiming U.S. citizenship and illegally possessing firearms. Roberts is originally from Guyana and was arrested by federal immigration agents in September. They found a loaded gun and cash in his vehicle. President Trump at the World Economic Forum in Davos has met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The hour-long meeting between the two focused on bringing an end to the war with Ukraine and Russia. President Trump saying afterwards the meeting was productive.
We hope it's going to end. A lot of people being killed. Last month they had 30,000 people killed, 30,000 mostly soldiers. And it's really a war that has to end.
U.S. stocks regain more of their losses for the week. The Dow jumps 307 points. The Nasdaq closed up 211. The S&P 500 rose 38 points. This is CBS News.
Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Norwalk are asking for the public's help finding a suspect wanted for stealing credit cards from a local gym. The suspect was caught on security camera at the Crunch Fitness. Police are circulating footage asking residents if they recognize the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. A Prospect man accused in a child pornography case is in custody. Alexander Beardsley is charged with child sexual abuse material. The investigation began back in 2024 when Beardsley was a resident in Ansonia. Police seized Beardsley's computers, cell phones, and other electronic devices where over 100 images of child pornography were found. Beardsley is scheduled to be arraigned on Monday. A Darien man is facing domestic charges related to a weekend incident. Police responded to a home on Relihan Road Sunday morning around 10:30. There, 57-year-old Tadeusz Zalewski was arrested on third-degree assault, reckless endangerment, threatening, and injury to a child charges. He's due back in court in March. And 4 Connecticut chefs and 2 restaurants are semifinalists for the 2026 James Beard Awards. David Standridge, a chef at the Shipwright's Daughter in Mystic, was named a semifinalist in the Outstanding Chef category. Semifinalists for the category of Best Chef of the Northeast are David DeStassi of Materia Ristorante in Bantam, Bolivar Hilario of Community Table in New Preston, and Shilimat Tessima of La Bella Ethiopian in New Haven. Ro Lee in New Haven was honored in the Best New Restaurant category, and the Port of Call in Mystic was recognized in the Outstanding Wine and Other Beverages category. The nominees will be announced on March 31st, and the winners will be announced on June 15th in Chicago. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound out of New Haven, crash reported exit 43 as things backed up onto the Q Bridge and onto 91 South. Wilbur Cross southbound accident reported exit 52 in Hampton. And on 95 northbound, plan on over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield with an accident reported near exit 17. Parkway is only slightly better. 84 eastbound crawling through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here it comes. Snowmageddon, here it comes. You'll be fine. Relax. Yes, it is going to be a squat load of snow on Sunday. It's fine. It's New England. We'll get through it. How are you? How you doing? 508 8 past 5 203 333 9422 333 WICC. It's Paul Pizzelli here. It's Connecticut Today. Chris Williams on the news, running the whole thing. You talk to him before you get on here. Couple of big things to tell you about. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of snow. It's going to, yeah. We tend to get one of these every couple of years. Now, the latest projections that I'm looking at, and again, don't believe anything I say. The guy that knows, he knows all of weather, Paul Piorek. I'm sure you will be hearing from him tomorrow morning on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program from the award-winning Melissa Sheketoff tomorrow morning, 5 to 10, right here on WICC. However, having said that, let me preface it with that. Having said that, you probably should plan not going anywhere from late Saturday night into Sunday, all day Sunday, late Sunday into Monday. I'm just telling you what's here. Don't shoot the messenger here. Like Elton John said on that great album from the 70s, don't shoot me, I'm only the piano player. The project, and again, Paul will refine this tomorrow as he analyzes all the stuff that the wedding folks analyze. Should I give the number or not? I'm just, the service I'm looking at this hour for the greater Bridgeport area is saying 13 inches of snow, a foot of snow, which we occasionally have here. And then maybe another inch of snow just for the frosting on Monday. So we have that to talk about too. All right. So just you've got the rest of today, you've got tomorrow, you've got all day Saturday. Looks like the timing will be good to get the Connecticut Ice Tournament in this year at the Ingalls Rink in New Haven. Quinnipiac, Yale, Sacred Heart, and UConn. I'll be there for those games, and then I'll be skedaddling home. Our question of the day today, in case you missed that, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, has to do with landlords and tenants. And Governor Ned Lamont, when he was at a forum, a housing forum earlier this week, he proposed this, and I think this. I think I know why he's doing this. The governor is proposing a rent cap for landlords if they own in-state Connecticut properties and the landlords are out of state. Now, they've tried rental cap. There have been 4 or 5 bills regarding rental caps over the past 2, 3, 4 years. I don't think any of them even got a vote. So why is the governor doing this? Pretty simple. It's an election year. And by the way, in some other remarks he made at this forum he was at on Wednesday, he spoke at the Partnership for Strong Communities event. It's one of those groups that always has something to do with telling you how to run your home. He also said he's still mad, apparently, at CT 169 strong. Quote, a local, he says they've been really, really unhelpful. Okay. But here's what I'm wondering. Now, look, the governor knows this is never going to pass. He knows this is unworkable. He knows the minute the ink would dry from him signing his name on this, there would be court challenges like crazy. But you wonder here now, is this a scenario where the governor, maybe he's got, I heard he has new campaign people here. And is the governor now saying, is he being told, hey, governor, you got to tack a little bit more progressive on this stuff because look how well it worked for Zohran Mamdani in New York City. I mean, here's Mamdani, a guy who never really had a job, had a nice upbringing thanks to his very rich parents. Mom's a film producer. By the way, a buddy of mine did some voiceover work on one of her movies and said some very nice things about her. He said she was lovely to work with. He was on set with her in the sound booth for 2 or 3 days. But never had a real job, kind of a backbencher in the New York State Assembly. But he used that whole phrase, affordability. And it got him elected mayor of New York City. So you wonder now if somebody's tugging on the governor's ear. Somebody's tugging on the governor's ear saying, hey, governor, why don't you sound just a little bit, even though this will never happen. You may want to mention this. I don't know. Interesting. So what do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, that's our question of the day. Do you agree with an idea floated by Governor Ned Lamont to limit rent increases only for out-of-state landlords who buy apartments in Connecticut? Oh, my. I can see the lawyers. The billable hours are starting now.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com.
All January long, kids eat free at family-owned AB's Falafel in Trumbull. Come enjoy and save on a great meal everyone will love. From fresh and delicious shawarma, falafel, kebabs, and hummus, AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. And for January, with every adult meal, one child 10 and under eats free. It's a meal deal parents will love and kids will cheer for. AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull. Free child meal for dine-in only.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms commercial security systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation. I tell you, these guys don't miss a beat. Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and I'm talking about my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have aggressive winter discounts back for you to get in on. The snow may be falling, but so are the prices at K&J Tree Service. This winter, you can take advantage of K&J Tree Service's aggressive discounts. Whether you need tree trimming, removal, or stump grinding, they're offering aggressive winter discounts off of all of their services. They've got certified arborists ready to handle winter's toughest challenges with unmatched safety and efficiency. WICC. So don't wait for the thaw. Protect your property and your wallet right now with K&J Tree Service. Call them directly for a free estimate and unbeatable savings. K&J is there every step of the way during the entire process from start to finish, ensuring you are happy. And it starts with that free tree risk assessment we talk about all the time. K&J Tree Service has the staff, equipment, and expertise to keep your family, home, and property safe. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book that free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound out of New Haven, crash reported exit 43 as things backed up onto the Q Bridge and onto 91 south. Wilbur Cross southbound accident reported exit 52 in Hampton. And on 95 northbound, plan on over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield with an accident reported near exit 17. Parkway is only slightly better. 84 eastbound crawling through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Thank you. Yeah, this coming November something. I forgot the exact date. It'll be 100 years. How about that? Ain't that something? Thanks for hanging out with us at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online voiceofct.com. Let's get to it. I'll be off tomorrow. We usually have him on Friday, but we'll do it today. Chris Caruso, former Democratic state rep, candidate for mayor, city councilor, and all that. Chris, good afternoon, sir, and how are you on this Thursday?
Doing well, Paul. How about yourself?
Chris, I'm living the dream, and like I tell people all the time, it's probably too late for law school. So what the heck can I do? Chris, before we get to the whole drone thing, which I guess has been tabled again, but you can clue us in on that. What we see, what's going on with Doug McCrory in Hartford, and not so much to the specifics of his situation, but how this process works, Chris Caruso, and you were up there for years, and a lot of people don't understand how these nonprofits ask for money and they get these chunks of money, and now there are accusations that, well, nobody really watched the hen house here. So does any of this, and let's say up front, Chris, obviously the senator is innocent till proven guilty, any of this surprise you or not?
No, we've had this before. This isn't the first time that situations like this have arisen. But in fairness, Senator McCrory, who I served with in the House, and then he ran for the Senate. In fairness to him, he hasn't been indicted. He hasn't been charged at this point. The federal government, the state, is investigating. This all came out of a state auditor's audit that they did on this particular organization, nonprofit. Keep in mind, Paul, that legislators have tremendous influence, especially in areas involving their constituents, their particular districts. So, many times nonprofits come to that legislator and say, hey, we're working on a project. Could you help us out with this? And many times what happens is in the budget, there's earmarks for specific areas for specific nonprofits. And then there's also other parts of bonding that come under the Urban Act or programs like that. So there's access to funding. The real question is how far does a legislator go to line up that funding? And then more importantly, what safeguards are in place by the state to make sure that the money is being used accurately and what its intention was, and does it fall in line with the mission of that nonprofit organization? Because every nonprofit has what's referred to as a purpose or a mission. It's part of the incorporation of the nonprofit, and any funding has to line up with what that mission is. So those are the questions that need to be asked at this point. But again, Senator McCrory is under investigation, but again, in fairness, he hasn't been indicted, hasn't been charged with a crime. It may come to that, and it may not. We're not sure at this point. But nonetheless, there's an investigation going on.
In those situations, though, Chris, once the money is successfully allocated to a nonprofit anywhere, in Senator McCrory's case around Hartford, in your case years ago around Bridgeport, Fairfield County, are there any requirements, or maybe there should be more requirements, on the accounting of what is exactly done with that money or not? How does that work, or is that a little foggy?
It's foggy, Paul. When the money is allocated to that organization, it's expected that that organization will use it appropriately. And I would say probably 99% of the time it is.
Sure.
But there's that 1% when a nonprofit doesn't use it for what its intended purpose was. So I think there needs to be safeguards put in place, guardrails, if you were, so when the money's allocated, the specific use is earmarked, and then the state follows up to make sure it was spent in that process. And again, I think there is some fuzziness there, and that has to be worked out. I think that has to be addressed in order to avoid future problems with funding. I think it's critically important.
And Chris, the other thing I wanted to touch on, and we went through round 2 of this the other night. I guess it's been tabled, and they're going to get further comment here on these this $500,000 2-year lease on a couple of drones from Flock here. And Chris, you probably heard me on the air on this. I mean, listen, I understand, this is just me, and we can disagree on this if you'd like. I understand people are wondering about privacy and this and the other, but when I hear some of the stuff I hear from people that are, concerned here, but again, when I hear, when some people, Chris, make it sound like 2 drones, we're literally talking about 2 drones and the training, make it sound like War of the Worlds is going to somehow subdue a city of 150,000 people, the vast majority of which are good, conscientious people. I have to laugh a little bit. I just think sometimes, and I know people want their safeguards of privacy and all that, but as you pointed out last week, these drones, especially if it's for a missing child or a dementia patient, I mean, this is, it's the year 2026 here. We got to get into this.
Well, Paul, we're just waiting for Orson Welles to reappear with War of the Worlds, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
No, to the council's credit, the other night, Tuesday night, they voted to deny the contract with Flock, which was one company that provides drone services. But the council president before that vote said she was interested in learning more and still looking at the drone issue. So it looks like other proposals will be looked at for this drone service, and it will be looked at. She promised public input, so there'll probably be a hearing where the public could speak on it, which I think is the prudent way to go. All we're hearing is one side against Flock, but the truth of it, some of those people don't want drones. And, so they're being somewhat disingenuous, not coming out and saying that, but that's basically it. And it's partly based on this belief that the power of the police is just so strong and the drones will be used against people. And, there's some people who believe in defund the cops. That's still around. And it's just frankly, that's ridiculous. It's not practical. But the truth of it is the drones I've mentioned could be used for identifying license plates on illegal dumpsters, which dumpers go on all the time. It could be used, for example, as I mentioned, elderly people who wander away from their home and have dementia or Alzheimer's could be used for that. The other thing I learned today, Paul, that if I were to call in and say, hey, someone's breaking into my car, within 90 seconds, a minute and a half, the drone can identify who's doing it.
Wow.
The car that's in that area, person, and that triggers the quicker response by the police. Same thing with fire. Within 90 seconds, they could be at a site where a house is burning. Currently the fire department goes out, then they determine, well, it's a 3-fire alarm, we need more trucks, we need this. The drone could identify it right on site, and then the fire department can allocate the necessary equipment and staff in order to fight the fire. So there's a lot of good uses to it. I think the other thing is that, and I said, is put a committee together of some police and fire, city council, and some members of the community to work through a proposal, put safeguards in place so the drones aren't abused, and to keep information within the city or destroy the information. There's ways you can do it, but to dismiss it out of hand is never good. And frankly, technology the way it is, digital technology through online, social, you name it, it's out there. And either the city's going to embrace it and figure out ways to work with it, or we're not. AI, for example, is growing every single day, more and more. So do we close our eyes to it and say, no, we don't want it? No. You've got to look at it. The state's willing to put $500,000 toward it. Let's look at it. Let's review it. Let's see if it can work. Do the public hearing and see exactly. Paul, public safety is a quality of life issue in any community. I don't care whether it's a city or a rural town. It's important. And people move into neighborhoods based on public safety.
Absolutely, Chris. Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Is an area safe? Is it convenient? People living in neighborhoods are always looking about public safety. Are their cars okay? Are they okay when they're walking? This is just another law enforcement tool that can be used.
Absolutely.
And you got to hear the argument from everyone. It can't just be a select group of people who just don't want it. You've got to listen to the larger community.
Precisely.
And then balance the good and the bad.
Yep, precisely. Chris, always great to hear from you. Be careful for the snow this weekend, and we'll chat next week, okay?
All right.
All right, Chris, thanks. Yeah, he's right. Listen, public safety. It's time for news on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound out of New Haven, crash reported exit 43 as things backed up onto the Q Bridge and onto 91 south. Wilbur Cross southbound accident reported exit 52 in Hampton. And on 95 northbound, plan on over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield with an accident reported near exit 17. Parkway is only slightly better. 84 eastbound crawling through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliopson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Vice President J.D. Vance stops in Minneapolis amid pushback over ICE arrests in the area. He blames state and local law officials for the chaos.
A lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable.
Snow, ice, and bitter cold is in store from Texas to the Carolinas and up to the Northeast. The Midwest will also feel the chill. CBS News meteorologist Craig Allen says bitterly cold wind gusts could drop wind chills to minus 50 or lower.
Any exposed skin could develop frostbite in 10 minutes or less, and there is the likelihood of hypothermia if you are not properly dressed.
Yes, I lied to you. I love the movie.
The movie Sinners leads all films with an Oscar record of 16 nominations to the 98th Academy Awards. One battle after another is second with 13 nominations. The Oscars, hosted by Conan O'Brien, will be presented on March 15th in Los Angeles. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kite.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is activating the state's severe cold weather protocol for this weekend and through next week. The protocol will take effect at noon tomorrow and end at noon on Wednesday, January 26th. The protocol is designed to ensure that vulnerable people receive protection from life-threatening cold weather. Arctic air will overspread the region, causing temperatures to plummet. People in search for a shelter or warming center can call 211. Investigators say the dramatic increase in structure fires around the city of Bridgeport is, at least in part, because of the cold snap. Bridgeport Fire Chief Lance Edwards is pleading with the public to play it safe. Edwards advises to be careful with space heaters and under no circumstances use an oven to heat your home. The chief is also urging residents to take advantage of the department's free smoke alarm installation program. This weekend's weather has postponed many events across the state, including the upcoming parent workshop hosted by Ableist. The Stamford-based nonprofit provides services to people with developmental disabilities and was due to host a workshop this coming Saturday aimed at supporting parents. The workshop has now been moved to March 8th. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is dispatching hurricane hunters ahead of this weekend's snowstorm expected to impact the tri-state area. Air Force reconnaissance flights will begin ahead of the weekend. Pilots will fly over the Pacific to retrieve data using radiosondes, devices to measure weather data. Meanwhile, forecasters are calling for heavy snow across the state starting on Sunday. The incoming snow has been good news for Connecticut plow drivers. With the state seeing increased snowfall this year, many plow companies have been seeing an opportunity for expansion. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Rob Fabrizi from Innovative Construction Group about the growth his company has seen this year alone.
We're adding to our fleet, 2 6-wheelers with city plows, 2 8-ton sanders, 12-foot plows on each truck, and then another F-350 with a 9.5-foot V-plow.
New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker is expressing concerns over a recent arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. New Haven police say someone fled into a courthouse following a car accident along Church and Elm Streets on Tuesday morning. ICE agents then arrested the person inside the courthouse. Elliker raised questions about the legality of the arrest due to a state law that states that no representative of a law enforcement agency shall detain or arrest an individual on courthouse grounds unless conditions such as having a warrant are met. Milford is now one step closer to bringing armed officers to all of its elementary schools. Last night, the Board of Education unanimously approved the 2026-2027 school budget with the addition of employing 9 retired police officers and putting 1 in every elementary school, as well as 1 in the alternative high school, the Academy. However, the budget still needs approval from the mayor, the Board of Finance, and the Board of Aldermen. Governor Ned Lamont spoke Wednesday at a conference hosted by the Partnership for Strong Communities about how to address Connecticut's housing crisis. A recent report found that Connecticut is facing a housing shortage of between 120,000 and 380,000 units, and that homelessness is up 43% since 2021. The state legislature recently passed a new housing bill in special session this past fall, but critics believe it doesn't address the root problems of affordability. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Chelsea Ross, executive director of the Partnership for Strong Communities, who called the situation critical.
We're really at a critical point like many states in the country. And so today we're exploring not just the status of housing in Connecticut, but the solutions that can move us forward towards a more just and equitable housing system in Connecticut.
More than a dozen local veterans were inducted into the Connecticut Veterans Hall of Fame today. The ceremony was held in Rocky Hill in the Gold Star Families Memorial Auditorium at the historic Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs. This is the 21st class being inducted into the Hall of Fame. The ceremony began at 5 o'clock. And the UConn women's basketball team is looking for a conference win on the road. The Huskies are in Washington, D.C., where they will face Georgetown tonight at 7:30. UConn is undefeated after 19 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound is about an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, debris in the road and police activity. Exit 43. Stay to the right to get through. Backup starts on the Q Bridge and on 91 south at about exit 6. Wilbur Cross southbound is a little bit easier right now. On 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays in Danbury heading to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, yippee, yippee, yippee-I-O. How is everybody today? As we welcome you in for the final, 21 minutes or so. Great to have you with us right here. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 333-9422, 333-WICC. There is a pollster out there, Zenith Research. And according to him, this guy, Adam Carlson, he thinks Chris Murphy is running for president in 2020. Well, he is kind of running. He was out, Lisa played audio of Chris Murphy earlier today. He was outside of some ICE detention facility, whatever. So he has broken down the possible Democratic challengers into 3 main categories. Clearly running for the White House in 2028. Seems likely running and wouldn't be surprised. The wouldn't be surprised category has 4 people in it. 2 you'll recognize, AOC and Chris Van Hollen. The clearly running category, Andy Beshear, Kentucky, Pete Buttigieg, Rahm Emanuel, Gavin Newsom, and Josh Shapiro. I'll tell you something. I could vote for Rahm Emanuel. He's maybe one of the 5 normal Democrats out there. Remember, he was in the Clinton White House, right? He was a domestic policy guy for Bill and Hillary, former member of Congress, former mayor of Chicago, former ambassador to Japan, I think. The guy's kind of normal, which I know is odd in today's Democratic Party. The guy's kind of normal. In fact, he was the only guy. Rahm Emanuel, the other day, Axios had polled like the top 15 likely Democratic candidates in 2028. He was the only guy, Rahm Emanuel, who said no, biological boys and men should not be allowed to play sports against biological girls and women. They polled like 15 or 20 Democrats. He was the only person who said no. The other 14 or 19 wouldn't answer. See, I'm telling you, folks, and again, I'm watching today with the Jack Smith testimony about January 6th. You people don't understand it. People have made their minds up about January 6th, like David Axelrod said last year or 2 years ago. People have made their minds up about January 6th. Some people think it was the worst thing that ever happened to America. Some people say it was no big deal, and there are people in the middle. But if you're going to base anything to try and win back the White House on January, because of what happened on January 6th, 2021, 5 years ago, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. I don't know how many more times I have to say this. I'll say it one more. You're wasting your time. People have formed their opinions. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, there could be new voters. Maybe. But if the Democrats want to win back the White House and win back control of both houses of Congress, you're going to have to come up with policy options and answers to questions like, should biological men and boys play sports against girls? That's how Trump got elected. Well, after this ICE thing, boy, people are going to remember this. No, they won't. They'll remember it for 6 or 8 months. And in fact, a poll came out the other day. Oh, Trump's losing his base. And this poll came out and said, no, he's not. So in the seems likely category of 2028 contenders, Chris Murphy, ladies and gentlemen, let him run. I think it'll be fascinating. Ro Khanna, J.B. Pritzker, Mark Kelly, Kamala Harris. You know Kamala Harris is still topping a lot of Democratic polls. Oh, dear God, please, let her run again. And Cory Booker. Cory Booker was supposed to be the next big thing for about the past 15 years. Cory Booker, it's his name. Okay. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Bob in Weston's here. Bob, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul.
Hey.
Two quick things. On the drones,
yeah.
How about your television set and your phone? They're listening, and they actually have cameras and sensors that can tell your expressions as on the TVs. And
yeah, the smart TVs. Smart TVs are snooping on you all the time. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm all for the drones. It can only help. But the other thing I wanted to say is on Ned Lamont, I don't think he's the one coming down on the rent caps and all. But as a landlord, just go through this with me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Insurance doubled.
Yeah.
Taxes only going one way.
Yeah.
And heating, gas up. every aspect of it. Pay the super. And then you have to contend with 4,000 to 5,000 to get a tenant out in like 6 months.
I know. Yeah.
Rogue tenant. So the bottom line is, if the government can start capping those expenses, then they can say.
Yeah. How about you? Hey, Bob. How about you get a break on your taxes? How about that? Why don't we do that?
Oh yeah. And Paul, don't even get me started on COVID. Yeah. I didn't collect a penny back from any of the tenants that didn't pay. So it's a joke. And my best advice: don't become a landlord.
No. Bob, thank you. Appreciate it. I was exactly, when, my condo will be paid off in a few years. I'm like, well, do I want to take the money and make that my nest egg, or do I want to stay there? I don't know. I have a long time to think about that. But it is, well, somebody said, one of my guests, was it Dan Har, or somebody said here, Dan, it may not have been you. If it gets back to you, I'm not sure. I was just throwing your name out there. Somebody said for this campaign, rather than 2018 or 2022, the governor has some newer, younger people in this campaign, maybe knowing that he would either face, in all likelihood, either Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio, and maybe they have told him, listen, sir, even though you can't do it, float a rent freeze out there, and you end up seeing how that sells.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to the Richfield Playhouse. January 23rd, it's Vocal Group Hall of Fame inductees, Jay and the Americans.
This magic moment.
February 13th, it's Rock and Roll Grammy and Songwriter Hall of Fame's The Rascals 60th Anniversary Tour. And February 28th, it's the Ultimate Beatles tribute band, the Fab Four. Jay and the Americans, the Rascals, and the Fab Four. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at richfieldplayhouse.org.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound is about an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, debris of the road and police activity. Exit 43. Stay to the right to get through. Backup starts on the Q Bridge and on 91 south at about exit 6. Wilbur Cross southbound is a little bit easier right now. On 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays in Danbury heading to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday, sunny and frigid with a high in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you can also call us or text us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I did get some text messages today regarding this idea from the governor. And this isn't serious. Folks, you have to understand something. I went with this more as an indicator of what he's probably being told to do or say by whomever is his campaign strategist. And that's why he came out, well, we're going to do a rent freeze here on out-of-state landlords. Now, it's funny he said this after President Trump a few days earlier had said, well, I'm going to prevent hedge funds from buying up single-family homes, which a lot of people on the progressive left probably would sign on to, but Trump did it, so it's a bad thing. I swear if he cured cancer, there'd be people who would be, instead of the No Kings protests, or instead of the, what did we have a couple of days ago, the Free American protests? You would see how dare he cure cancer protests. And I'm not being flip. I've had cancer in my family, but you know what I mean. Text messages, Paul, if they want rent not to go up, they should lower property taxes. This would be a tax passed on to tenants, or is. See, that's something there. Now, maybe if the governor or somebody came out and said, well, how about we do a thing where, rents don't go up for X, Y, and Z, and then we give you a break on your property taxes. How about that? We can't do that, though. Because that would be innovative thinking. Lord knows we can't do that. Hi, Paul. It's obvious that screwing out-of-state people, the landlords, removes electoral pushback by the people unable to vote against your dumb ideas. Well, yeah. Usually happens with out-of-town or out-of-state income taxes or tax credits that only screw non-voters in your state or city. Correct. That's ridiculous. What's he going to do next? Put a cap on mortgages and the interest rates? The banks are in business to make money as well. Even the credit unions, when they get you a mortgage, they're making money in somewhere or another off you. So why wouldn't you, as a landlord, be in the business to make some money? See, and this person's right. Look. We all want a nice landlord. We all want a good person. We all want somebody that thinks of you as family. And sometimes that happens. But let's face it. And it's okay to face this. As Pete Townsend used to say, face the face. The reason people become landlords, by and large, is to make money. They are in business for themselves. They are using an asset, or they are using a piece of maybe non-liquid equity, being a home, to generate income. Do some people like to generate more income than others? Yes. Do some people see the income they generate off of a rental property as more important than others? Sure. Now, is it too bad that people can't find places to live in Connecticut? Absolutely. Is Connecticut overpriced? It sure is. But does the government fix that by parachuting in? I doubt it. I mean, I'm not an economist. And then if you put too many constraints on somebody who say, oh, screw this, I don't want to be a landlord anymore, well, then do they lose the income that they would have declared taxes for on it, and you lose that tax income? It's just odd. But again, like I said, from the governor, this was not a serious proposal. It wasn't. Doesn't make any sense. It sounds good. And part of the reason he did it was because Trump the other day said, hey, I don't think out-of-state hedge funds or these big banks should be able to gobble up, which actually is kind of something the progressive left has been saying. So Lamont reacted to it this way. Oh, man. And the funniest thing, it's just, one thing about Mr. Trump, whether you like him or not, Whether you think he's the greatest president ever or you think he's just the worst ever, you have to admit that it's entertaining, I think, to the people that react to the stuff that he says and how he says. Did you see what he said the other day? He wants to, at least for a year, put a cap on credit card interest rates. He said, what did he say the other day? I don't think they should be more than 10 or 12%. And he's talking about these rip-off rates, 25, 30%, 20%. Now, if that had come from a Democrat, see, somebody finally looking out for the people. But because Trump said it, I watched this guy on cable the other night. Well, what? This could be this, and I think this guy might have been a Republican or something. This could damage the big banks. Well, wait a minute. You can't have it both ways. How often do we hear this over and over again? Credit card companies are out to screw the average person. All right. So Trump says, hey, can we ease off on the interest? What the hell's the matter with him? He wants to destroy the banks. Okay, so what do we do here then? Do we save people some money, or do we keep doing mafia interest rates?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound is about an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south, debris of the road and police activity. Exit 43. Stay to the right to get through. Backup starts on the Q Bridge and on 91 south at about exit 6. Wilbur Cross southbound is a little bit easier right now. On 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays in Danbury heading to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy overnight with a low in the low 20s. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 30s. Saturday frigid under a sunny sky with a high only in the mid-teens. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, Todd and Shelton. Todd, you got about 30 seconds. Go ahead, my friend. Make it good.
Mr. Pacelli, you're doing a phenomenal job. I just wanted to give a shout-out to all the plow drivers. I did that job for 21 years. I'm retired, but God bless them all, and I hope they're all safe.
All right, Todd. Good mode to end on here. Yes, folks. Now, I'll be off tomorrow. Then, of course, the big storm comes in late Saturday, all day Sunday, and then into Monday, too. So, please, leave the plow guys and gals. Leave them room. Don't drive like a stunad, okay? Chris, thank you. We're back on Monday.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A major winter blast of rain, snow, and ice is expected to start tomorrow in New Mexico and Texas, move through the south and up to the northeast. Courtney Simmons manages Chalkville Hardware in Jefferson County, Alabama.
We had very heavy foot traffic today.
Reporter Chris Fox is in Texas.
People would be making a mistake if they don't take it serious.
Governor Abbott activated state emergency response resources ahead of the winter weather threat.
I am making a disaster declaration covering 134 counties.
The state's power grid is expected to be taxed as the temperatures plummet. Pablo Vegas oversees the state's electric reliability.
We have well over 90,000 megawatts of capacity expected to be able to serve that demand throughout the weekend. We're not anticipating any shortfalls.
280 warming centers are being set up across the state. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
A busy day on Capitol Hill in the House.
On this vote, the yeas are 341 and the nays are 88. The bill is passed.
Those are 4 spending bills addressing defense, education, homeland security, and health and human services. They now move to the Senate with final passage needed before a January 30th deadline to avoid a partial government shutdown. Also, House Republicans barely defeat a Democrat-backed war powers resolution that would have prevented President Trump from sending U.S. military forces to Venezuela. At least 3 people are arrested in connection with the Minnesota church protest last weekend. CBS's Nicole Skanga in Minneapolis.
Federal agents arrested several people they allege were part of anti-ICE protests that disrupted a church service in Minnesota on Sunday. The church was targeted by demonstrators who say one of the pastors leads the local ICE field office.
Former special counsel Jack Smith oversaw 2 investigations into President Trump, looking at classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago and Trump's actions in the wake of the 2020 election. He has told a House committee today that he stands by his decision to bring charges against the president, which were dropped when Trump was reelected.
I am not a politician, and I have no partisan loyalties. My career has been dedicated to serving our country by upholding the rule of law.
On social media, the president called Smith, quote, a deranged animal who should not be allowed to practice law, unquote. Before leaving the World Economic Forum, President Trump signed the charter for his Board of Peace. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying there are 22 members.
Congratulations, President Trump. The charter is now in full force, and the Board of Peace is now an official international organization.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 306 points. NASDAQ and S&P 500 also closed up. This is CBS.
I'm Andrew Garrett. Follow and listen to The Takeout on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, music, and more. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom. Build a future.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WIPWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Why? Why do we ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right? The answer to why defines who we are. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my friends.
For my community.
For my family.
For each other. Because all of this matters. We all have something worth protecting. So why do you see safe? Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
Are you a veteran who served offshore of the Republic of Vietnam between 1962 and 1975? Blue Water Navy veterans and their family members may now qualify for compensation and survivor benefits for health conditions linked to herbicide exposure such as Agent Orange. To learn more, call 1-800-749-8387 or go to va.gov and search Blue Water Navy. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs.
Something you may have missed from Alyssa in the morning. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Earlier this month, a West Hartford elementary school closed for a day due to more than 100 students reportedly battling the norovirus. The school then took the day to disinfect the property, but it's another example of how quickly norovirus spreads in places like schools and even cruise ships. We discussed it further with infectious disease expert Dr. Fred Brown.
The norovirus is actually a very infectious virus. And yes, it is associated, and this is a really tricky one, because not only is it associated with close contacts and spreading in particular. It can also be associated with foods. In particular, it can be associated. Weirdly enough, it's associated with oysters and can cause a pretty significant infection. It causes it's interesting because a lot of people who get norovirus think they have food poisoning. It's nausea, vomiting, diarrhea aspect of it. And the key to it, to say that it's not sort